unleash creativity and innovation. Unleash community spirit.
The People's Knowledge Fair and the UWI Open Campus St. Lucia Country Conference 2021 Phase 2 presents Visioning Sustainable Futures, Confronting the Threats of Climate Change and Climate Variability. Tune in to the live opening. Join our virtual conference on the 16th and 17th. That's not all. Experience St. Lucia's first National Honey Bee Show Training Workshop on the 15th and 16th. Come learn from a leading international expert everything you need to know to compete in December in our first ever National Honey Show. Registration is open now. The People's Knowledge Fair and UWI Open Campus St. Lucia Country Conference is brought to you by GEF, SGP, UNDP, UWI, CYEN, and other corporate partners.
Good morning to all. We welcome you to the second day of the UWI Open Campus Country Conference under the theme Visioning Sustainable Futures, Confronting the Threats of Climate Change and Climate Variability. My name is Ember Charles. I'll be the moderator for the session today. Our plan is to take you through the series of 6 presentations, starting at about now and ending about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Just by way of a quick recap for those who didn't join us last night, we had a very stimulating feature address by Dr. James Fletcher, and in between a number of presentations, remarks from the co-partners, including the GEF SGP Program Coordinator, Mr. Romulus, Judge Romulus, Dr. Slowly of the UWI Open Campus, Leslie Crane, and also a representative of the Center for Biosecurity Studies at the UWI in Kayville. We also had some very interesting music, and I'm sure some people may have got up a bit late following this last jump up. But we are here this morning, and we hope to have some very stimulating, frank discussions under the theme. Just to remind you, especially those of you joining us on Zoom, to remember our netiquette, that you should mute when you're not speaking. Those of you who are on Facebook and other platforms, there are opportunities for you to. This presenter this morning is Dr. Cedric Van Meerbeek, who's a climatologist at the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology in Barbados. He'll be speaking on the theme Historical and Future Trends in Climate-Related Hazards in St. Lucia. By way of a quick bio on Cedric, I prefer to call you by your first name because the second is a mouthful. He is a resident climatologist at the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, CIMH Barbados. He holds a PhD in Earth Sciences from the VU University Amsterdam, the Netherlands, an MSc in Advanced Studies of Marine and Lacustrine Sciences, as well as an MSc in Geography from Ghent University, Belgium. His current responsibilities for the Caribbean region include coordinating applied climate research, developing and operationally delivering climate information products and services, delivering training of professional meteorologists. He's especially credited for developing the region's capacity to provide climate early warning through the Caribbean Regional Climate Outlook Forum, CARICOF, which is setting a standard around the world. Dr. Meerbeek serves with the United Nations World Meteorological Organization and is well recognized in the capacities of technical expert, trainer, and regional representative. He's a lecturer in climate sciences at the University of the West Indies Kayville campus, where he is supervising postgraduate students whose research is linked with climatology. Cedric has published extensively on Caribbean climate, climate services for climate-sensitive sectors, climates of the past, and authored 25 articles in leading peer-reviewed journals thus far. Cedric, welcome, and over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the organizers of this very important workshop or conference, actually, for inviting me to present on the climate trends that we can expect for St. Lucia and the wider OECS region in the Caribbean. So without further ado, let me share my screen so you can see the presentation. Can I just kindly have a confirmation that my screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to talk to you about, again, trends and projections of our climate Lucia and the OECS region actually fitted within a study that was done for the OECS Commission with the support of the Agence Française de Développement and Expertise France through their Adapt Action facility. The project was known as CCASAP, which is a still ongoing project. And my role in that project, together with the head of the WMO Caribbean Regional Climate Center, Mr. Adrian Trotman at the CIMH, was to characterize the trends in hazards that were associated with the ongoing climate change. So when we think about climate change, some of the figures that we often hear is that our climate will be warming by 1 to 5 degrees in the Caribbean by the end of the century. There will be a drying trend of 25 to 30% less rainfall by the end of the century. And at some time in the future, we can expect sea level rise to exceed about 1 meter. But this is very useful information. However, note that this information is really talking about trends in average conditions. Whereas as we experience already today, it's not really the average that poses the greatest risk and the greatest challenges on our development and our environment, but it's really the extremes which pose the significant hazards on our society. And so what we wanted to do different in this study is not to look so much at trends and averages, which are well established, but trends specifically in hazards. And the reason why we want to do that is because we want to have a better hold of what our risk associated with climate change will be for St. Lucia, for the OECS. And so if you look at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the global authority on the matter of climate change, how do they estimate future climate risk? Well, the way they do it, they have a handy formula, a handy equation here at the bottom, which states that climate risk is the product of hazard in terms of its severity and probability, vulnerability and exposure. So just to give an example, if there is a bad drought, that drought is bad enough to produce impacts such as water shortages, etc., then that means the severity has crossed a certain threshold. If that drought is affecting a population that is vulnerable to the drought, then that poses risk to that population once the population actually is in the region of drought. So to give another example, if the drought happens in a certain area that is unaffected, so there is no exposure, there is no risk. Or if the drought happens in an area where the population is actually well adapted and resilient to the drought, there is no risk. Of course, no risk is never really the reality that we face in the Caribbean. So we really want to characterize climate risk going into the future. So here what we're doing in this study is characterizing risk primarily in terms of the hazard impact potential. The hazard impact potential is a fancy term. It basically means the frequency or the probability of an impactful hazard event within a certain period of time. In other words, how often is the hazard happening within a certain period of time, noting that that hazard is at a severity level in which, beyond which we can really expect impacts on our society in terms of our socioeconomic sectors, in terms of our environment, etc. So we really want to look here in this study at hazard impact potential for the OECS and St. Lucia in particular. Now we are looking in this study at climate change, which is typically the most well-known time scale of climate among a wide section of the population. If you look at the climate timescales that we're looking at within the climate field, you go from weather, which is the state of the atmosphere within the next few minutes to a week or so. Then you have what is called subseasonal and seasonal climate variability, which is going from ups and downs that are noted within weeks to several seasons. And then beyond that, going beyond decades into centuries, that is when we talk about climate change. So we're really looking at this time scale here. What I want to draw your attention to specifically is here the forecast uncertainty, whereby the width of this wedge is related to the amount of uncertainty that come with certain predictions at those timescales. So the uncertainties are quite small at the very short timescales, but they become larger at larger timescales. The reason why I mention that is that this will have implications as to what is the actual geographical scale at which a study should be done on climate hazards. And the answer to that comes from a various number of considerations. The first consideration is that when we look at a climate model, so computer models that simulate the climate around the world or in particular areas of the world, they are pretty good at simulating how or at projecting how climate will look like at a continental scale or at a scale on the time scale of decades to centuries. They are not really good at very fine-scaled projections. What we find as a compromise is that there is still useful skill at the sub-regional scale. And by sub-regional, I mean, for instance, looking at the Leeward Islands of the OECS region versus the Windward Islands in which St. Lucia is located, of course. So we really can't go much beyond or in greater detail, in greater zoom than the Windward Islands if we look at climate change projections. Another consideration is that geographical differences in the climate hazard impact potential are driven by topography, first and foremost, so how high our mountains and our hills are or how flat the topography is, by wind exposure, whether we're on the leeward or on the windward side, and lastly, by geographic location, by which I mean the longitude and the latitude, so where in the Caribbean region are we located? And because topography is the main factor, this means that substantial differences in hazard impact potential occur at the sub-regional scale between countries of the Caribbean rather than between St. Lucia, for instance, and St. Vincent or St. Lucia and Martinique. It really doesn't matter too much which Pacific island you are in the Windward Islands. It's really more the topography of the island that is going to define what kind of hazard impact potential you might face. And so therefore, the right scale to study trends in climate hazards across the OECS region is really Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands. That's the best that we can do at present. Just as a comparison, if we want to look, because remember, risk is defined by the product of the hazard, the vulnerability, and the exposure. If we look at vulnerability, again, topography is the major driver of geographical differences in vulnerability. whereas geographic location, again, is only a minor driver of vulnerability differences. That said, what's really important in terms of vulnerability is the local scale, because local differences in vulnerability will relate, physically at least, to topography, to soil types, to vegetation, etc., which are very different on different sides of an island. And the socioeconomic activity on top of that leads to local differences in both vulnerability and exposure. So whereas the right scale to study trends in climate hazards is at the Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands scale, if you want to look at trends in climate risk, you really have to look at the national or local. But if we remind ourselves that this study is really looking at hazards and not particularly the risk itself, we are looking at the OECS from a sub-regional lens, so Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands primarily. So a report coming out of the CCASAP project, which is called the Climate Trends and Projections for the OECS region report, quantifies the seasonal patterns of hazards, as well as their observed and projected trends, and highlights some of their impacts across socioeconomic sectors so that we get the first idea of where the vulnerabilities lie. What kind of hazards did we look at? We looked at heat, extreme heat, at flash floods and flooding, at dry spells and drought, at tropical cyclones, and at sea level rise. Why? Because those are the hazards that are most impactful and most common in the OECS region when you think about weather and climate. Of course, on top of that, there are other natural hazards, like, for instance, seismic hazards or volcanic hazards, but we're really looking just at climate here. So going back to the term hazard impact potential, remember it means the frequency of a hazard that's beyond a certain level, beyond which it becomes really impactful, or in other words, how often does a hazard impact a certain area over a certain period of time, which can be 1 month, which can be 3 months, which can be a year, depending on what you want to characterize. We have looked at specifically here 4 different hazard categories by qualifying from marginal to slight to moderate to high and to extremely high what the level of the hazard impact potential is. And those are related to certain percentages. So marginal is a really marginal percentage. High is more than half the time, basically, that you're facing a certain hazard. The first hazard that we looked at was excessive heat or extreme heat. If you look, for instance, at the Windward Islands, you will find here in the thick black curve, you can see an upward trend in what in hazard impact potential for heat. So that means how often is heat in terms of heat waves, how often do heat waves occur in what is known as the heat season of the Caribbean, which is running from May to October. And you can see that prior to 1995, you really had just marginal to slight impact potential. And then from 1995, this has started rising dramatically. And now, by 2020, it's between moderate to high impact potential. So almost half the time of the heat season, we are facing heat waves. And if you look at the trends that are computed by climate models, you can see that also if you extrapolate the trend from our observations, you can see that it's going to end up in the high and extremely high category as soon as 2030. So the hazard that's the most urgently impending that we need to deal with is excessive heat. The second type of hazard relates to flooding and flash floods. And here the characterization here is just looking at the seasonality historically. When in the year, which months of the year do you get the highest potential for flash floods? Here you can see that the highest potential for flash floods in the Windward Islands is between August and November, when you're in the moderate category. So about 20 to 50% of those months in the historical record have seen flash floods in the Windward Islands. What kind of trends do we expect there? Well, from the 2050s onwards, as opposed to heat, where we'll get into the high to extremely high impact potential category as soon as 2030. Here, for flash floods, from the 2050s onwards, we will see, we are likely to see an upward trend in the severity of flash floods, but with some relief because it looks as though we might get up to 25% fewer occasions in which flash floods occur. But again, they might be more severe when they occur. A third category of hazards is drought. Now, drought, if you look at the trends which are here depicted decade by decade, if you look here, for instance, in thick black, those are the observed decades of worth of decades in the historical past, and you could see that it ranges for the Windward Islands during the dry season from about 10% to about 20 to 30%. And if you look at it beyond 2050, it dramatically rises in our high emission scenario, which is RCP 8.5, and it rises somewhat in the middle of the run scenario 4.5. So if we continue to emit a lot of CO2 and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, by the 2080s, we will have moderate to high and high to extremely high potential for drought during the dry season and the wet season, respectively. So this is important because what it means is that by the end of the century, we'll be spending most of our time in drought. Not having a drought becomes an exception. The fourth hazard category is dry spells, which are really short duration spells without significant rainfall, which cause water stress, particularly in agricultural crops. What I want to note here is that if you divide the area of the OECS between smaller islands and places with gentle slopes, and you separate those from areas with steep hills and mountains like St. Lucia, what you find is that islands like St. Lucia are characterized by much lesser hazard impact potential than flatter areas. Note, however, that the extreme south and the extreme north of St. Lucia fit more or less within the gentle slopes, but the rest of the island fits within this area. But still, you can see that in the dry season, crops that are more sensitive to wilting will be under the impacts of hazards about half the time historically, but there is a projected increase that emerges for the frequency and the duration of dry spells beyond the 2050s. So even though the risk is really low at this time, because the hazard is not that impactful in St. Lucia, there is going to be an expected increase over time, whereby we might have something that starts looking more like this, where you only have the wet season in where the less sensitive crops are not going to be susceptible to the risk posed by dry spells. Okay, so that was the OECS at the leeward versus windward scale. Now, if we zoom in on St. Lucia specifically, how does the hazard impact potential look like in St. Lucia? What kind of expectations can we have for the hazards? Those same four hazard categories in St. Lucia. First of all, let's look at the seasonality of those hazards. If we look at our first hazard, which is heat, you could divide the year into 12 months, so from January to December, and you can count in the number of days that the temperature during the daytime exceeded, for instance, 32 degrees, the number of days that were hot, which scientifically is the top 10% of warmest days, the number of days that were hot and humid, which is when you factor in the same definition, but adding in the humidity, because you know that when it's humid, it feels hotter than when the air is dry. Or you could look at the converse measure, which is the number of cool days. And you can see if you look at cool days that December, January, March form the cool season for St. Lucia. And by contrast, May to October is the season in which those hot days occur, and so that's the heat season. So May to October is the heat season, that's when we get most of our heat waves. When we look at flash floods, what we can see is that if we look at the record of reported floods, which is not all the floods that have occurred in St. Lucia, but those are just the ones that were reported in newspapers that we had access to, you can find that most of them occurred between August and November. And this coincides pretty well with the season in which you have most extreme rainfall occurring in St. Lucia, which we call extreme wet spells. Extreme wet spells are the kind of rainfall, short bursts of rainfall, or spells of up to 3 days of rainfall, which can trigger at some point flash floods. And so you can see that the flash flood potential really peaks in the year between August and November. If we look at drought, you can't really speak too much about the seasonality of drought as an occurrence, because drought is an impactful deficit in available moisture compared to the average for a specific time of the year. So drought can happen any time of the year. But even though drought can occur any time of the year, a given deficit in rainfall, for instance, will become more impactful during and towards the end of the dry season, when there is less rain to feed our aquifers, to feed our water reservoirs and our rivers than during the wet season. So a smaller deficit can lead to the same impact level in the dry season as a larger deficit during the wet season, when it will still rain, even though we are in a drought. In terms of dry spells, we had already briefly addressed the fact that dry spells are most frequent this is January, February, March, this is February, March, April, this is March, April, May, and this is April, May, June. So in other words, the peak of the dry season, which is from February to May, that is when we face the most dry spells. If you look at it from June, more or less, until the end of the year, dry spells are not so much of an issue. Now, after looking at the seasonality, remember the heat season is from May to October, the flash flood season is, or the peak flash flood season is from August to November, and the peak season for dry spells is from February to May. What do the historical trends look like for those hazards? Here you can see for heat, I plotted the number of hot days for the Windward Islands in the dotted line, and then the number of hot days for Huonora in the colored line, whereby the darker reds mean a higher level, a higher frequency. You can find that the trends are very similar and upward. Up until 1995, there was not too many of them. After that, you can see that there's many more heat waves as characterized by the number of hot days. Anywhere from 30 to about 120 days a year are hot days by now. If you look at flash floods, there have been no observed robust trends in recent times in any extreme rainfall index. And so, by consequence, this suggests that the nature of extreme rainfall may not yet have changed across the OECS region up until 2020. And that means that there's unlikely to have been an increase in flash floods due to climatic changes. There might have been more flash floods, but those would be related to more infrastructural changes and to increased exposure, for instance, rather than climate change itself. In terms of drought, I want you to look specifically at St. Lucia here. We separated the country by wind sheltered and wind exposed areas, you can see that in wind-exposed areas, there was very few droughts or little time spent in drought in the first decade that we looked at. But then in the next 3 decades, and particularly from 1999, you can find that for long-term drought, there has been a major uptick in the percentage of time that St. Lucia was spending in drought, from less than 10% initially to over 25% of the time spent in drought during the dry season and during the wet season. Still in the wet season, you can see that drought has been occurring as well. In terms of dry spells, just like for flash floods, there has been no observed recent trend in the number of dry spells. You can see it all fluctuates around a line that's essentially flat. So there have not been increases in the number of dry spells as yet. But let's look, now that we know the seasonality and the historical trends, what do our projections tell us for St. Lucia? Now I want to divide that on the left between left and right between virtually certain trends and on the right potential trends. So those virtually certain trends are those that we can, without reasonable doubt, express as what is happening and what is going to happen. So the already warming climate of the OECS region is projected to continue warming in future, which implies things. First of all, there's going to be greatly increased heat stress, which is really and truly the local expression of global warming. This is how we in the Caribbean feel global warming. And this has a number of impact areas in our socioeconomic sectors, which will be impacted. So that goes from human health over education, because believe it or not, but the learning ability of students that are faced with heat is greatly reduced in the heat versus if they were, for instance, in a air-conditioned room. Energy, national productivity, environment, food security, water resources management, and urban environment. All of those areas will be impacted by heat stress. Next to that, there's also the oceans that will be warmer, of course, which will lead also to rising sea levels. And that will happen even if global warming is halted in the foreseeable future. And we know that will impact a number of areas as well in our society, including the coastal zone management, coral reef health because of coral reef bleaching, coastal and pelagic fisheries, and infrastructure. Now, similarly, as we have virtually certain trends, we also have potential trends which we think or which we have reasons to believe will manifest. But the only difference is that our confidence level is not always very high. Sometimes with some trends, we only have medium or even low confidence. But it's still important to get prepared to such hazards changing in their nature over time. So if we look at major hurricanes, what is well known is that there's medium confidence that we will get more frequent and more intense major hurricanes, which will then be accompanied by stronger storm surges on top of an already higher sea level into the future. This will mostly affect, of course, disaster risk management, but also our coastal zone, our infrastructure, and our tourism. Next, there will be more frequent and intense droughts. This we can say with high confidence, not so much because we know for sure that rainfall is going to decrease over time, but more so because we know that our temperatures are increasing. And when the temperatures increase, the amount of evaporation out of the soil increases, and therefore there's less water left in the soil, and therefore more droughts. And also there would be more dry spells, but for that we only have medium confidence. Finally, we might be seeing an increased flash flood and flooding intensity, but possibly the frequency of such events would decrease. However, you know that it's really the intensity of the more intense occurrences that pose the larger risk. So it's still important to note that the intensity is going to rise. So that's it for me. I thank you all, and I'm looking forward to this discussion we're going to have. Thank you. Bye. Well,
Thank you very much, Cedric. I guess as someone from the Netherlands, you'd understand the analogy of cricket.
Well, I'm from Belgium, but yes.
Pardon? You're from Belgium?
From Belgium, yes.
But studied in the Netherlands nonetheless, so you would have been exposed to cricket.
In Barbados, not in the Netherlands.
Not in detail, okay, well. Okay, well, as an opening batsman, I think it was a very slow response to the bouncers, but you did very well.
Thank you.
We'll get someone to explain that to you. So now we would have, thanks for your presentation. We have a few minutes, about 15 minutes for questions. Well, 20 minutes actually, but since we're trying to keep the time, we will, if we get questions for 20 minutes, we'll take them. Well, I would invite those of the participants who have joined us this morning to field their questions. We have the Facebook as well as the YouTube platforms for which participants can field their questions. So as they come up, we'll give them to you. But while we're thinking of, are we waiting? Can you speak a little bit to the implications of your study for disaster mitigation planning?
Okay, thank you for the question. The real addition to the body of knowledge of this study is that instead of characterizing climate change in terms of averages, is that we look at extremes and how they impact on hazards. And so part of comprehensive disaster management and disaster risk reduction is really having a good handle on what our hazards are. And this has not to date been characterized to the appropriate level where it would allow us to directly compute risk. What is now the quantity, the quantum of risk that St. Lucia is facing now and into the future related to specific hazards? On top of that, the additional benefit is that, of course, what we see and what we've seen in the past few years and decades is that more and more often you get compounded hazards. For instance, you can have a very bad hurricane season, like last year's hurricane season had 30 named storms, which was a record. Fortunately, none of them were devastating to St. Lucia or the Windward Islands, much of the Eastern Caribbean. But still, the hazard was there. At the same time, it was also the hottest or a record hot heat season for many in the Caribbean. And at the same time, again, there was drought early in the year, and then it flipped onto a period with a lot of floods, a lot of flooding across the region, and repeated flooding indeed. So the added advantage of this study is that it allows, through the hazard potential, impact potential calculations, it allows you to multiply that by the vulnerability and by the exposures that we have in our region, which of course had to be studied as well, had to be quantified as well, to actually know exactly what is our level of risk. We already know that in monetary terms, 9 of the 10 countries which face the largest loss in GDP due to hydrometeorological hazards, so weather and climate-related hazards, are found in the Caribbean. The 10th country in that top 10 list is a Pacific SID. So what we see is that not only are SIDs impacted more heavily in terms of monetary losses, we also know, of course, that a lot of those extreme events can cause injury, can cause loss of limb and loss of lives and livelihoods. But what we see is that the Caribbean is not only facing these kind of losses because our vulnerability is high, but we also see that there is a change in some of our hazards. And it's that change in the hazards that we need to know into the future. That's really what this project was about. How do those hazards change into the future?
Right. Remind the participants on the Zoom platform, you can ask your questions, just raise your hand or just put on your on mute or put on your camera, and we will take your questions as they come in. But while we are waiting, I will take the opportunity to field another question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And it has to do with our approach to data collection on climate matters, how traditional folk monitored weather patterns, and whether in your current research or at any point in time that some consultation has been done or research with them to get a sense and forecast for weather patterns.
Yeah, so you a very important aspect of climate change, which is the expression of climate change as we feel it, as we experience it, and as we perceive it. So we're really talking about perception of climate change here, which is data that we should be tracking indeed. This is very important because, as you know, in the past, we've all been adapted to our local circumstances, and we dealt with it in more traditional ways rather than relying on technology. And the same goes with measuring or perceiving what our climate really is. So there needs to be a certain level of effort put into what we call data rescuing or data rescue, where we actually start factoring in the perceived climate conditions and climate changes in the past to add to the measured climate changes that we've seen from across the world. So indeed, to factor that in would be beneficial in terms of particularly knowing our local circumstances, because one farmer on one side of the island might not face the same kind of hazards and might not be as vulnerable or exposed as a farmer on the other side of the island. But the weather stations are only limited in their numbers. The main stations for St. Lucia are at the two main airports, so Leonora and Vigi. So that doesn't mean that the interior of St. Lucia, or for instance, places like Soufriere, experience exactly the same climate conditions and exactly the same hazards. So having that traditional knowledge, that perceived aspect of climate, is very important to zoom in to the local level. That has not yet been done in a systematic effort, or at least not in terms of integrating that with observed weather data, but it is something that should be high on our agendas. So I really appreciate the question you asked.
Yes, thank you. As you suggested, that's probably some work to be done. And what I can provide some guidance or assistance with is, I guess, from countries like St. Lucia and Dominica, where you have a lot of these traditional folks, some particular manifestations of weather patterns. And that will probably be somewhat of a help in your research going forward. So we're looking forward to that.
Sorry for the question to you then, do you know if such knowledge has been already stored in certain data sets? Or is this really something that needs to be collected on the field?
It has to be collected in the field. You may some of the older extension offices, for instance, in the ministries has been published, but it would be an ideal opportunity to try to capture this in a very organized way that it can be used and assessed scientifically.
Yes, thank you for that. That's really valuable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any questions on any of our platforms. I wouldn't want to prolong you any further. We have. So let me just thank you, Cedric, for your excellent start to our conference. I think it was a very sound presentation, a lot of information makers in terms of policy on responding to climate change as well as disaster mitigation, etc.
Well,
So once again, thank you.
For that, I actually have good news because this report was presented for the Council of Ministers. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I wish everybody a successful and very productive 2 days ahead in learning about climate change in St. Lucia.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I hope you will probably stay with us when you have the opportunity throughout the next 2 days.
Unfortunately, I have a workshop to lead, which starts in 15 minutes for the next 2 weeks. So, but right. I was really happy to be able to participate, and I wish you all the best in your considerations.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, thanks for the presentation. But in the meantime, I will ask the technical team if we could just on climate change.
If I tell you that the world is going to end, you would probably laugh and make fun of me. You would say there is no such thing as us poisoning the ocean, so vast and so large. Yet you are quick to believe in war refugees of ISIS and Boko Haram, but the piercing cries of climate change refugees fall 6 feet short of our unsavory graves, lies buried in the tombs of our greed and desperation for money. MNCs exploiting the earth at the cost of SIDS, yes, multinational corporations or MNCs, threatening the very survival of small island developing states or SIDS. See, whilst governments and CEOs hide behind bureaucratic sunglasses, diplomacy and respectability, the satire lies in wait when the chemistry of technological advancements is unescapable. Carbon footprints stamped over official seals and enveloped to filter through echelons and hierarchies, heads of states and monarchies. Almost 90% of the world's energy comes from natural gas, oil or coal. A cost we pay with trees instead of gold, with coral instead of pearls, with dreams instead of goals, with kids instead of olds. Remember Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines? 7,300 dead or missing souls. Is that too far from home? Then do you remember Superstorm Sandy, Hurricane Katrina, or the Europe summer of 2003 when a heat wave was directly responsible for over 14,000 deaths? Is that still too far from home? Let me tell you where home is. Tropical Storm Erinada, Cuba and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane Thomas flushing St. Lucia. Lives lost and economies stuck in recovery mode. This is home. We have Category 5 hurricanes, extreme weather, reduced food production and rising sea levels. The ocean, our largest carbon sink, is now screaming because excess CO2 is making it acidic. Such irony. Biodiversity lost with coral reefs, thousands of species lost with the Amazon as our rainforests become deserts, our rivers become ravines, water sources become mud trails, ecosystems become new pages in history books as trees are ripped to make paper, scraped in lieu of pharmaceuticals. I can think of 1.5 reasons due to a little child in Samoa inhaling air with carbon he or she did not put there. 1.5 to stay alive. This is a global warning. SIDS catch the cold when the world does the sneezing. Goodbye sandy beaches, tropical fruits and cities. Life now in SIDS is lives in these countries have long reached their breaking point. Maybe you'll better understand when there's no more rice and no more wine, no more bees. And Kingston, Georgetown will be underwater and cut off with no airports and no harbor. Marshall Islands will be fighting like martial artists to be remembered as once existed, and tradition will be lost with egos in the melting caps of the Arctic and the Antarctic, and the rising sea levels of the Atlantic and Pacific. Or maybe when the world countries that once existed, lives that once thrived, and cultures that drowned with global warming, economies that could not survive beyond 1.5, like Antigua, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tuvalu, for the world to be selfless and not selfish, needing for a world that is caring, one that unites, one where all lives matter, a world where a global temperature rise of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius is just a dream. Help us build that world. 1.5 to stay alive.
Just for a couple of minutes, as we got a question for him. The individual asked from Vincent Peter, who asked how he can access and the region are using the data about these hazard projections in their planning and decision making.
Last.
Vincent Peter.
Mr. Peter, I guess?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Peter, for the question. Allow me to just share the screen again, because I want to show you there is a link at which you can download, at which you can download the report directly. Now, I want to ask Mr. Chair if this link could be sent out to Mr. Peter right after this talk or later on during the conference, so that he and us, also others, could access it. I will paste it here in the Zoom chat, but I know that many people are connected through other media. So if that could be given to them, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, yes, we do that.
Thank you. In terms of how this is incorporated, well, keep in mind that this is a very new report. This is 2020. So it will require some time for the information contained in the report to be mainstreamed into decision-making and policy-making. So the main point is that we need to be strong in our efforts of building awareness, of educating our people, so that our people demand our governments to factor in these kind of considerations. But again, as I mentioned, the Council of Ministers responsible for environmental sustainability of the OECS, including St. Lucia, have taken note of this report, and there will be other avenues which I will take to disseminate the words that are mentioned in this report. So I hope that taking note is not just in a way of noting the information and letting it be, but that through our efforts, joint efforts, I'm not talking just about myself, of course, but through our joint efforts, that we can make a voice that is loud enough to change our policy making into the future. Just keep in mind that our policymakers and our politicians are aware and they know that it is a priority. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Cedric, and best wishes on your next assignment.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Okay, bye-bye. We will now invite Dr. Henry, our next presenter, to make his presentation. And while he's preparing, let me just introduce him formally to you. Dr. Henry will be speaking on the subject, the climate change and economic development implications for SIDS, Small Island Development States. The case of St. Lucia. He's a development economist and regional integration specialist at the OECS Commission. Dr. Clarence Henry is an educator and development economist by training. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree, Economics and Government, a Master of Science degree, and a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the University of the West Indies. During his teaching career, he taught economics at the college and the university level at South Louis Community College, where he was a lecturer for 8 years. His research focus includes economic integration, economic development challenges among small island developing states. Dr. Henry, welcome. And over to you for your presentation.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Chair. Just confirm whether you are hearing me very well.
Yes, I am.
Okay, that is excellent news. So this morning, I want to first start by thanking the UWI Open Campus in Lucia to invite me to make this presentation at what is a very important and timely discussion. So this really speaks to the value of this Open Campus conference this year. I will be speaking on the topic as Chair you had pointed out, climate change and economic development implications for seeds, small and developing states, the case of St. Lucia. Chair, in the paper that I would certainly share thereafter, the paper is really consisting of 4 key sections, and critical of which are an examination of the climate change impact on seeds, which gives just a general synopsis and review of the literature, much of which I have heard from yesterday's presentation by Dr. Fletcher, and of course this morning's presentation. The literature generally speaks to a particular trend that I think we have all agreed, and for which I will speak to in a bit. The paper goes into a regression analysis discussion to attempt to look at how the impact of climate change affects real GDP per capita income growth. So the emphasis in that case is more on the rate of change of our per capita income, and I will deliberate a bit on this matter in the presentation. And then, of course, the paper offers some policy considerations and makes a very brief conclusion. So, Chair, if I may offer a definition, which of course is not mine and it's widely used. It's the expected definition for anyone who will speak to the issue of climate change by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The convention defined climate change as a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and which is in addition to natural climate variability observed over comparable time periods. Now, the graph on the left was illustrated only last night at the introductory contribution of Dr. Fletcher, and it really demonstrates the extent to which temperature have heated up over the last 3 decades at least, and hence the discussion on how do we address the threat that climate change presents, particularly to smaller and developing states, and in the context of the Caribbean, particularly to the Caribbean. So, may I provide a sort of a general sense of where we're at, just going back to the notion of climate change. You know, persons may say climate change remains a hoax. Well, the reality is the 2017 hurricane season provided a very excellent reference to the reality of climate change and how real climate change itself is. So you have a situation where the hurricane season in 2017 exceeded baseline norms for the period of 1981 to 2010. You're talking about 30-year period span. And then when you go down to the numbers, as it were, data from the emergency events database for that particular year highlighted 367 natural disasters being observed, resulting in an economic loss of US $326 billion. Much of those losses are noted in developing countries. Many countries with low to middle income level status. And to zero in on the St. Lucian case, it is noted that 6 of the major hurricanes that St. Lucia would have experienced between 1980 and 2010, 30-year period again, 4 of which actually occurred in the last 10 years. Well, between 1999 and 2010 in that case. And that is significant to bear in mind. Now, we need to really appreciate what is happening in the context of this discussion and St. Lucia. The reality is St. Lucia is considered to be very vulnerable to climate change. And in fact, St. Lucia ranks among the top 10% of countries vulnerable to climate change. And in a recent paper by Ram et al. Of the Caribbean Development Bank, looking at the multidimensional discussion on vulnerability, St. Lucia was ranked as high as second in various categories in terms of vulnerability to climate, to economic, environmental issues, which includes climate change hazards. So I think it's important to have that sink in. So we are very vulnerable to climate change. But at the same time, these are our realities. We are a small open economy, heavily dependent on services tourism. We have economic growth and real GDP per capita income growth that has been declining since the 1980s. And as I indicated previously, we've been unlucky perhaps to be hit by more major storms over the last 20 years in comparison to the period before. So if I may focus your attention on figure 1, which is to the right of the slide, you would realize every major natural disaster event has brought about significant downturn. I'm not sure if you're able to see my cursor, but if you focus on the 1980s, we move from having a peak in growth, and in 1980 with Allen, a decline in growth, with Allen costing over 69% of GDP in terms of losses. And if we move to 1994, thereabout, was the time when we have, and many of you would remember, Tropical Storm Debbie, right? Resulting in about 14% or so in terms of GDP losses. And then more recently, we have examples such as in 2007 with Hurricane Dean, which struck us at, I believe, Category 2. And I experienced Hurricane Dean, but actually in Jamaica, which struck Jamaica as a Category 4. You see again, every time there is a major storm, there's a decline. Of course, some of the decline in growth is also associated with international economic events like economic recession. And of course, 2008, 2009 period would also reflect the global financial crisis. And then of course, more recently, we had Hurricane Thomas in 2010. Now, this is the same data I'm actually sharing here, but I just want to zero in on how much we have been growing less and how GDP per capita income are beginning to move in a tepid manner. So you have the 1980s, where we would have grown very quickly. Per capita income growth would have been on average around 5%. And when you compare that now with 2019, per capita income growth is about 1%, 1.07% to be exact, for St. Lucia. The case not too significantly different from the rest of the OECD. So does climate change impact play a role in the downward trend that we see in economic growth and in particularly growth in per capita income? Now, this is what this paper sought to address and to get an appreciation of how far it is impacting. Now, let me get into the real issue of climate change and its impact. So on the right of the slide, you would see several what I refer to as climate change induced events provided by Thomas et al. And the previous speaker would have highlighted some of those realities. And certainly there was the effort from the study to look at those changes in those climate change induced events. The focus of this paper looks at how climate change has impacted the environmental ecosystem, particularly from slow and rapid onset events. And there is a greater focus on how major storms that are climate change induced specifically affects economic activities. And in that case, there is a focus on the core economic activities of smaller and developing states, and of course, St. Lucia. And so there is the emphasis on how has climate-induced events impacted economic activity, tourism, and in agricultural sector. And then emerging out of that, what is the cost to smaller and developing states like St. Lucia in terms of GDP loss and in terms of what we're talking about, declining economic development outcomes, rising poverty, rising public debt levels, and so forth. So if we explore the impact on tourism in particular, there are several ways in which the tourism industry is impacted by climate change. So Monidi et al. Would have examined this issue for Jamaica and for St. Lucia, looking at how damages to the international transportation assets, such as airports and seaports, impact the tourism sector. Macfield and Burke et al. Would have looked at the whole issue of how climate change events would have impacted the accommodation and attraction sectors in tourism. And so, in particular, Burke et al. Would have highlighted, for instance, that losses of over 100 to 300 million dollars per year are noted in the area of dive tourism, and losses of 140 to 420 US million per year are noted in terms of the reduced shoreline protection services that are brought about. Fazil 2020 would have noted in terms of how, and doing an econometric study for Mauritius, would have looked at how the impact of precipitation levels on tourism arrivals. And they would have found that the higher the level, the lower would be the number of tourists arriving. And of course, for Mauritius, it would mean less tourism dollars, higher unemployment, less tax revenues for the government. And all of these would reflect in the output, the macroeconomic outputs in terms of growth in GDP, but also growth in per capita income, poverty levels, and the human lot of persons dependent on such sectors. All right, just bear with me because I'm going up and down and I haven't figured out it should be down. Now, in terms of the impact of the agriculture and fisheries sector, which is another critical economic activity impacted by climate change. In the fisheries sector, it is noted that declining coral reef population will cost US 95 to 140 million in annual losses. And in fact, Macfield makes the point that it will cost the fisheries sector those losses. And of course, who are the fisher folks? You're talking about village communities, You're talking about communities that are that uh, uh, that are less considered to be high income communities. And so the vulnerability associated with the decline in the fishery sector, associated with reduced catch, and the actual cost of, of, um, of the migration of the fishing population, fishes, to these communities will be significant in terms of poverty levels rising, unemployment levels rising. All of these speak to the whole issue of our economic development outputs that we need to bear in mind. That is the other story of climate change impacts. In terms of agricultural output, we talk about reduction in agricultural productivity and output in Caribbean, among Caribbean seas. In fact, the FAO would have conducted a study examining this issue with respect to how droughts impact Caribbean seeds agricultural output. And so they would have noted, for instance, in 1998, the drought would have led to 45% of rice fields in Guyana uncultivated. What does that mean? That means less income for the farmers, less ability to take care of specific key needs in many communities, resulting in declining conditions in the human lot. They would have also noted, FAO, that in the case of the 2010 drought, you saw a 43% decline in banana output in St. Lucia. That has implications for the banana belt, then Miku, and other areas where bananas still continue to be cultivated. You talk about 20% in decline agricultural output in St. Vincent and the Grenadines because of that 2010 drought. And then when we move to the whole discussion on hurricanes, hurricanes have been identified as a significant concern as it pertains to loss of output and productivity in the agricultural sector. So for instance, FAO would have noted Hurricane Ivan in 2004 destroyed 100% of the banana sector in Grenada and would have led to 90% of revenues being lost for farmers. Hurricane Ivan and Emily in 2005 would have led to the wiping out of the nutmeg and maize trees in Grenada. You also have other examples that would have been highlighted. So for instance, just to mention two more examples, Hurricane Dean in 2007 would have resulted in US $54 million in losses for the agricultural sector in Jamaica. And in our case, this same hurricane would have led to estimated losses of US $10 million, and with 60% of the banana output destroyed in the case of St. Lucia. And so the impact of climate change from an economic standpoint is really examined from the standpoint of how it impacts key sectors for which households, governments, other private sector and other entities are dependent on in order to generate incomes and in order to address their economic development needs. So this slide really just gives a synopsis of the output loss that major storms bring about. And we've heard a number of that. And let me just pick two or three examples of the more popular ones. So tropical storming Erika in 2015, in case of Dominica, would have cost 90% of Dominica's GDP. But Maria, only 2 years after, cost 225% GDP loss. So think about that. Ivan, 2004, in the context of Grenada, 200% of GDP loss. And in our particular case, the most recent hurricane that you would tend to hear about is Hurricane Thomas, which cost 43, between 44 in some accounts, 43.4% in terms of GDP loss. These are significant figures because the bottom line is, what is the other discussion, the other phase of climate change, the persons who are impacted by it, the businesses who are impacted by it. Ultimately, the result of that would be a declining state of our economic development outcomes, higher poverty levels, greater unemployment, higher public debt levels. All of these tend to be, particularly bearing in mind that climate change tends to intensify those situations. Those realities will bring about declining economic development and growth, certainly. So let me just very quickly go into the econometric part of the paper. So the paper is estimated a regression, simple regression model, looking at GDP, real GDP per capita, income growth as the dependent variable, and examine several macroeconomic determinants in the inflation, foreign direct investment, but also bearing in mind the critical nature of tourism would have also included data on tourism. Of course, only the international tourism arrivals would have been used because of lack of statistical significance of the other variables. The government operations, I looked at debt servicing, and of course, the thing with examining how natural disasters or climate change in an econometric model will impact growth, for instance, capita income growth, in particular, as it is the case with this paper, is that most times you will need to identify the occurrence of the event. And so dummy variables will be created for one storms, which looks at all key storms identified by the MDAT, but also I also would have emphasized among all storms, the particular storms that would be considered as major storms. And so I have this table here which just gives you a sense of examples of the storms, but the ones that are highlighted would be considered major storms because of the number of persons affected, and in some cases because of the wind speed. So let me just go quickly into the results. So the key findings from this study, and I will emphasize on the specific climate change issue. So what the study found is that natural disasters will impact real GDP per capita income growth for St. Lucia in a negative manner. And that is irrespective of the strength of the storm. So all natural disasters, and you would have seen in the graph that I would have illustrated earlier, would bring about a dip in economic growth and consequently a dip in real GDP per capita income growth. But what is more important is that, and that is where the climate change impact is critical. In the case of major storms, the expected decline in real GDP per capita growth is likely to be larger. That's important. And my estimate showed twice as much larger. And importantly, which is the third point here, recovery in real GDP per capita income growth is expected in the subsequent year. And there's the expectation that as we begin to pull the pieces together and to attempt to build back and build back better, with new investments and so forth, the economy will begin to grow again. However, the recovery rate is expected to be slower the stronger the natural disaster, based on wind speed and, like I said, number of persons impacted. And so how do we address this matter? So I have advanced some policy considerations here in the paper. I note, of course, that there are a lot of discussion on mitigation efforts, strengthening environmental resilience, building frameworks for disaster risk management. All of these, many of which we have, whether nationally and regionally through frameworks created by the 5Cs and SDIMA. But the fundamental fact is, if we do not address the elephant in the room, we will still always continuously be faced with those challenges. And the argument being raised here, as it pertains to the policy consideration, is that there is need to improve real GDP per capita income in pre-natural disaster periods. We need to find a way to improve per capita income growth. My previous graph would have shown very early in the presentation that per capita income growth is continuously declining, moving from 5% in the 1980s to barely 1% at this point in time, is a worrying reality. What are the ways of moving forward? We need to strengthen current economic development models. The one size fits all, or the put all your eggs in one basket is risky. We need to factor in the need for economic diversification efforts. We've been speaking about economic diversification for years. We need to diversify within tourism, outside tourism, into other sectors to create the sort of economic capacity among households that's required. And I'll speak to that briefly. We need to examine policies that will improve the mean wages in the major economic sectors such as tourism, right? And that is critical in order to ensure that at the end of the day, that persons have income levels that would allow them to be able to strengthen their resilience to climate change events. And there's need to improvement in and sustainability of social safety nets programs. And let me just say one or two statements on what the argument being raised. If persons have high levels of incomes, they can build better homes. The reality that faces many village communities and communities prone to flooding, and consequently, they are at the heart of the potential risk associated with major storms, is that there isn't anywhere else to go. The inability to afford land beyond the village is something to look at. Right? The ability to build homes that will withstand Category 5, and with Irma and Maria, we may well be talking about Category 6 type hurricanes, will depend on the ability to afford. The ability to rebuild back will depend on the ability to afford insurance to do so. And bear in mind the rising debt levels of our governments. It is very difficult for government to take on the responsibility to do massive relocation or massive enhancement in housing stock. So that at the end of the day, in the event of a natural disaster, which is expected because we are very vulnerable, persons can withstand the impact. Right? Economic sectors need to be strengthened so that they're more resilient. And I noted the recommendations provided by Dr. Fletcher last night, which were very sound and solid recommendations. So essentially, this is the policy consideration. Measures to improve real GDP per capita income in pre-natural disaster periods so that we are in a better position, households, individuals are in a better position to withstand the impact of natural disasters and certainly avoid the possible negative economic development consequences that will be faced. With that said, I want to thank you and willing to take any questions that come up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, for your presentation. Quite a lot of detailed information to us, and I know you didn't have the opportunity to go into detail in terms of your model and the. Sorry.
Can I stop sharing? Should I?
You could stop sharing for the time being, yeah, because we will just take some questions. Yeah. I was just repeating while I was off camera, saying thank you for the presentation. And of course, in conferences like these, you really get the chance to go into detail in terms of the model. But I guess we are more questioning. So we'll invite members of the platforms to field their questions. But while we do that, I have one question for you. Of course, the proverbial elephant in the rooms, in terms of cushioning the impact of you did mention policies in terms of wage increases, ensuring that more people have resources to build. But the relationship between that and saving, I remember that one of the peeves of the late Sir Dwight Venner, with disasters, we have very little room to maneuver, even though we may have benefited from increased GDP in the previous period, but doesn't translate because, of course, of a number of reasons. A lot of capital flights and all of these sort of things are happening. And just unmute.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I was fighting with the unmute button. No, certainly. The model would not have included a variable for savings, especially savings rate. But we need to bear in mind that one of the things that helps savings is to be able to grow. With greater growth, or higher growth, more income, you're able to save more. But then you need the policies to ensure that that those savings are actually realized, because you can grow quickly income and not save. The ECCB would have looked at the issue of debt. And I'm using that example in terms of the government situation. The issue of debt, for instance, and looked at how growth in debt relates to GDP growth, and recognize that the ECCU tend to approach higher debt levels in times when growth is lower. And whereas at higher growth levels, which means higher revenues for the government, debt, the public sector borrowing requirement is to save if you have two things. If you have income levels that are closer to poverty level incomes, and two, if the conditions are not available to strengthen savings and improve savings, which is one of the things that Singapore would have done, would have been to put in place measures that encourage households to save. So savings is critical. The greater you save, the greater the buffer that you would have, as you pointed out, to address climate change situations, how you can rebound after a hurricane and so forth. But the reality is there are a few preconditions, I think, that need to be examined in order to put us to the point where we can begin to increase the savings rate. And it is all based on economics. I believe if we strengthen diversification efforts, and over time that improving our savings rate, and of course, ultimately putting households in a better position to ride, so to speak, climate change events, because we're not stopping those events. They are coming. They're coming at us, and we're not going to stop them. We just know they're coming. We need to prepare for them.
Thank you. Any questions? I think like Vincent Peter asked in the last presentation, there's a broader issue of the application of that research to current policy and programming at the government level. The extent to which this has been shared with our policymakers?
I'm close to zero. I just completed paper. No, but I think there have been recommendations being made to government along the lines of strengthening the pro-poor possibilities associated with tourism, particularly along the lines of improving incomes in tourism. There have been several on that is extensive. The policies along that line extensive. I will take us back to Sir Arthur Lewis and his prescription moving forward in the 1950s, the industrialization of the British West Indies, which was perhaps one of the first, if not the first, broad industrial policy measure for strengthening diversification efforts, moving from a monocrop dependency and creating linkages between agriculture and new industries along to a level of rapid economic growth and development for us. The whole context of regional integration at both the CARICOM single market and economy and the OECS economic union were based on strengthening small states' ability to diversify more because of the broader market created through the regional, those regional markets. And I can go on and on and on, but essentially these policies have been packaged, repackaged, represented, and policies to improve our capacity to address our vulnerability. Again, what I'm proposing here in the paper would form part of the broad recommendations that would be advanced to government. But again, these are more long-term, being so widely expressed by scholars, especially climatologists and others. The need for strengthening disaster risk management framework. That doesn't change that fact. All of those things need to happen alongside of looking at how do we reduce our economic vulnerability, because most times our economic vulnerability.
While we're waiting for questions or comments, just let me remind our participants, there is an evaluation, ongoing evaluation during the conference, and we would like each effective media by just clicking the link which has been sent. Clearly, this will assist us in improving both the conference organization as well as the presentations, and we'll get you have written. So for now, unless you have any additional information to share, Dr. Henry, I'll give you a few minutes, a couple of minutes again, if you want to.
Thanks, Chair, for that. I think if I go back to the model, I think that's the emphasis that needs to be placed here. You have a declining trend in per capita income. That doesn't change the fact that we are an upper middle income country. But notwithstanding that, your growth in per capita income speaks to whether I build a plywood house or I build a wall house, 3-bedroom, whether I build on pillars or not, whether I get insurance for my home or not. All of these are critical considerations, but with limited income, you do not have the capacity to do that. And with government increasing fiscal constraints, government as an, I think one of the things that I want to leave persons with this morning is the need for us to consider how do we strengthen and expand persons' capacity to have options. And if we're able to do that, we may find ourselves in a situation where, regardless of the strength of your housing stock gets damaged versus 80% or 90%, that's a reduction in the cost. If you have a situation where, and particularly with respect to what Dr. Fletcher would have mentioned, if you have resilient tourism infrastructure, then means tourism can get back to where it was prior to the storm much quicker. That would reduce the economic growth decline and the impact on per capita income, and ultimately the impact on economic development outputs such as poverty. The conference brief, the need to examine how to give people more options. But more options would be associated very strongly with higher incomes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, for your presentation and for taking part in the conference. Again, I hope you will be able to stay with us. Maybe at some point in time, someone may just pop a question which will have some relevance to your presentation. And the next presenter is Lena Dem-Wolf, who is the biodiversity specialist. It's a bit quiet now, Lena. Presentation is on climate change, neotropical pollinators, the state of knowledge, policies, and programs in the Caribbean. Lena, she currently serves, as I said, as the biodiversity specialist at the Ministry of Planning in the Division of Planning and Development. He's a pollination ecologist and ecosystem services specialist whose past research focused on the identification, assessment, and valuation of pollination services. She was responsible for the accounting for pollination services in the Nariva region in Trinidad and Tobago. She also worked at the Global Water, the Water Climate and Development Program, and supported a number of projects, including improving forest protected area management in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's a project for the mature forests and coast at real forest and real forestation sites. Sorry, at real forestation sites. Let's welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Would you like me to share my screen or are you sharing it on your end?
Please share.
Okay,
I think.
sure.
Yes, you are there.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. So good morning, everybody, and thanks for listening to me talk yet again about pollinators. It's what I do. So I'd like to talk a little bit about climate change and neotropical pollinators, and basically what we know, what policies are in existence around them, and what programs and so on have been going on in the Caribbean on a whole. But mostly in Trinidad and Tobago. So for starters, I think just a little bit of a review. What is pollination? Pollination is the transfer of pollen grains from one flower to the next. So from the male reproductive parts of one flower to the female reproductive parts of either the same flower or another flower. And that usually happens either through animals or by means of wind. But animal pollination is quite important because it accounts for the majority of the food that we consume. So these animal pollinators are quite crucial in this process. So generally, pollination on a global scale is very highly valued. One particular valuation estimates pollination to be worth 153 billion euros annually on a global scale. And generally, more than 90% of the 250,000 species of modern flowering plants and more than 65% of all plant species are pollinated by animals. So that means that not only do we require pollination for our food production, but we also require it for all other types of biodiversity. And this leads back into the climate change component because it's also necessary for plants and types of plants like mangroves and so on that are there for that assist in coastal protection and prevent coastal erosion and so on. So there are a lot of plants that are involved in climate change regulation, in coastal protection, so on, that are also pollinated by animals, which is why managing and conserving pollination services is so important. So generally, we're facing what has been referred to as a global pollination crisis, where pollinators are in decline globally. So a lot of the time people think of pollinators as honeybees in particular. And honeybees have definitely a purpose, and they're very useful for honey production, for food production, and so on. They also pollinate plants, but in our region, for pollination purposes, the pollinators that are native are more important for pollination than the honeybees that have been imported and actively sort of exotic species and being managed to produce a product, so honey. Pollination is not accounted for and vastly undervalued regionally. So as far as I'm aware, there isn't, at least in the English-speaking Caribbean, there aren't any countries that taking pollination services into any kind of biophysical accounting or any kind of GDP accounting. And large portions of the crop value are due to pollination, but they're largely unrecognized. So they do contribute a lot, and people don't know or don't recognize that pollinators are doing the work to produce the food. Generally, there has been a global shift to animal pollinator crops. So before, people used to plant more crops that required wind pollination, and now they plant more crops that require animal pollination. So that means that we have an increased need for animal pollinators, but we have a reduced availability of animal pollinators because of the global situation. This entire situation results in, aside from a food shortage, it can also result in a nutrition shortage. And that is because animal pollinators are responsible for pollinating crops that produce a lot of the diversity of vitamins and minerals that we require in our diet. So for example, a lot of crops that produce vitamin A are animal pollinated. And that can lead to nutrition shortages in countries that are already under a lot of strain from not producing enough agriculturally for their own consumption, especially with COVID, for instance, and where you have some sort of supply chain management issues, that can further impact on that. So there's generally a lack of information on the pollinators in the Caribbean, and there's a reduction in the pollinators, and a reduction in pollinators results in reduced global biodiversity. So less pollinators, less diversity in pollinating species results in a lower diversity in plant species, lower diversity in crops, lower availability of food, lower availability of nutrients, and so on. So that's sort of a cascading effect. So generally, as I already mentioned, not only honeybees contribute to pollination, the honeybees that we know that we have in the Caribbean that we're managing for honey production, those are originally European honeybees. Many of them are Africanized. And while they produce the honey that we require for food, they have not co-evolved with our local plant species, and they are not the best pollinators. So actually, in some cases, honeybees can damage flowers by over-visiting them. They can bully local pollinators that are better at pollinating away from the flowers, and therefore reduce the overall pollination efforts and so on. So wild pollinators for us, and we're not just talking bees, we're talking other insects as well, far more important for pollination in the Caribbean region. So again, honeybees are also not the most effective pollinators, just simply because they haven't co-evolved with our species here. And as a result, our local ones are better at that. And yes, not all pollinators are bees. That's the other thing. Many species are known to pollinate. Within the insects, you have bees, flies, wasps, butterflies, you have moths, there are beetles, bugs, and there's a very large diversity of animals that pollinate. And for the larger ones, you even have animals such as bears, lizards, monkeys, and so on in other countries that are pretty useful for that. We also have a large population of bats here, and a lot of them are also very useful pollinators, especially for trees and birds. So hummingbirds in particular make quite a contribution to pollination as well. So this is just to sort of illustrate the whole thing about lizards pollinating. So this actually happens in some countries, and there's some very close relationships between certain plants and certain lizard species that pollinate accordingly. So this is just a quick list of some of my work from way back when, where we had looked at what kind of insects carry around what kind of pollen. And so this is not exclusive. This is not to mean that in the white boxes that this doesn't happen. It's just that we haven't observed it, which could be due to either us just not having sampled around those kinds of plants, or those kinds of insects not being prevalent, those being wind pollinated. But we did find that there are a whole lot of species that carry around the budgie pollen. So that raises some questions there. But if we're looking, for instance, at the pepper, we can tell that the honeybees carry pepper pollen grains, that a whole bunch of other bee species, Echinolopsis, Physiomelitta, and so on, Trigonisca, those are all species that carry pollen grains for those particular crops. So as you can tell, there's quite a variety going here. And if we talk about what makes a good pollinator, there are quite a few things that we need to consider first. So not all pollinators pollinate all plant species, and not all flower visitors are pollinators. So some have very specific relationships with their plants. So there are in some cases, there are one-on-one relationships where only one species of insect can pollinate, or one species of animal can pollinate one particular species of plant. And if either one of them disappears, so does the other. And then there are generalists where you have, for instance, honeybees. They will visit almost any and everything and pollinate. And not all flower visitors are pollinators. So not just because you see something in a flower does it mean it's actually pollinating it. Sometimes they steal nectar, sometimes they steal pollen, sometimes they make little holes on the bottom of flowers and drain out the nectar, but they don't actually do anything to transport the pollen grains. In some cases, bees may only visit male flowers and take these to the same species, but rather a different one. And that is something that is crucial for pollination. So what makes a good pollinator? If we're looking at physical characteristics, their body size is important. So the larger the insect or animal, generally the further they can move with the pollen, so they can spread it to a wider geographical area. And that also means that it impacts their flight distance. So the longer and further away they can fly, the more they can pollinate. Whether or not they have pollen baskets, so that's an area where they can actually hold on to the pollen, that's mainly in bees. The presence and location of hairs. Some species have hairs in specific areas, which corresponds to where the anthers are of the flowers that they visit, so that they pick up specifically that pollen. Generally, there are also behavioral characteristics that contributes to abiotic conditions. Do they like to go out in warm or cold conditions? What about wind? How are they able to keep up with rain and so on? The landscape and the habitat that they live in, the flight distance again, the food preferences, what do they like to eat, what kind of flowers do they like to visit, are they solitary or social? Social insects tell their counterparts when they return to their hive or nest where the location of food is. Solitary ones, it's just one single individual going back and forth. And flower constancy basically just means that they visit the same species of plant over and over and over, thereby pollinating that flower. If it is that they're not particularly loyal to the one species of plant that they're visiting in that particular trip, it means that they're not effectively pollinating. So if you're looking at the threats that pollinators face, we need to first of all recognize that there is generally this vast pollinator decline. So we have this global pollination crisis, and there's a global decline of wild pollinators in particular. There's actually been some evidence that managed pollinator populations, such as honeybees, and in Europe they use bumblebees also for honey production to some extent, that they have actually been increasing over time because people are keeping more bees. So despite the issues with colony collapse disorder and so on in many countries, they actually managed to increase the number of hives that they're having. In terms of the increasing challenges with managed pollinators, there are lots. Again, most of them stem from a lack of information that we have on pollinators. And in the Caribbean, that's particularly dire. We don't really know what species we have pollinating anything to begin with. So it's very difficult to manage anything if you don't have the information on who the species are, what their habitat requirements are, what the threats to these particular species are, where they're located, and how they can be managed better. We're growing more pollinator-dependent crops, which we've already mentioned, and there's generally an increase in human population that stresses pollinators. So not only do we require more pollinators because we require more food, we're also cutting down more natural habitat and food habitat for these species in order to make way for our own agriculture, for physical development, buildings, homes, cities. There are quite a few changes there, and these increasing pressures are a big issue. Generally, what we want is we want a high pollinator biodiversity, and that generally equals high general biodiversity. So the more species of pollinators that we have, the higher the general biodiversity is, because the diversity of the pollinators acts as a buffer. So the more species we have, if one is lost, then there's still others in many cases that can take up the slack and can continue to pollinate the other plants. But if we have a low diversity and one or two critical pollinators are lost, it also is reflected in the loss of plant species fairly soon after. So maintaining high pollinator biodiversity allows for having plant biodiversity, which then provides food, habitat, and so on for other species and other biodiversity. So they are at the bottom of a very important pyramid. Threats to pollinators generally include pesticides and herbicides, and the thing is that there are no real standards set for pollinators in many places. Likely, they have similar responses to pesticides, but there are very few or no regulations. And there are a large number of species, and different species may respond differently. So we also don't quite know and have the information on how about these little nuances of who responds how to which type of pesticide. Again, because we don't have the information about what species we have. And it's difficult to protect the species when they're not recorded. So there's often a lot of anecdotal evidence. So people are seeing certain relationships between certain insects and plants, but they're not recorded. So they're just sort of anecdotal or from communities and so on, but it's not recorded. And that's an important part. We need to record our pollinators. Habitat destruction, quarrying, logging, housing development is a huge issue just simply because you're removing the space in which these pollinators can live. And there's a lack of legal protection policies and management plans throughout the Caribbean. It just doesn't exist. We don't have anything looking at these kinds of insects or plants or larger scale pollinators or other pollinators. We just don't have that kind of thing. People are not really aware of what it is that they're destroying with vast amounts of pesticide use, for instance. Honeybees may also negatively affect native pollinators and plant species. So we've already kind of touched on that. And then there's the big thing of climate change. So we don't know. So in many countries, the effects that have been determined is that, for instance, in the temperate countries where you have the mismatch of when pollinators are emerging and when plants are flowering due to climate change. So because before the plant flowers and vice versa, so that they miss each other and pollination doesn't occur. We don't quite have that issue in the Caribbean, but there and reduction of habitats and just saltwater intrusion into freshwater habitats. The reduction of more sensitive to this climate change and the higher temperatures and the changes in humidity and changes in rainfall patterns. It also removes through climate change. The other thing is that generally pollinators do not like to leave their house when it's rainy. Nobody really does. So if it's raining a lot and it's constantly raining or the rainfall is unpredictable, there will be less pollination because pollinators will not venture out in the rain. And similarly, the plants tend to sort of, the pollen and the nectar tends to be washed out from the plants in the rain so that they have less food during that time. Large that you would like, okay, if you say you're managing a pollinator for a particular plant species, they do require other food throughout the year. And if any one other, I'll talk quickly about the high pesticide use issue because this is a bit of a difficult issue. So generally there's very little knowledge about pollinators. On a whole, we don't know what species we have, but more so, people are not considering the effects of pesticides on pollinators when they spray them in the fields. And it's not just in farming locations and so on. A lot of people spray pesticides around their house and their home. It's like even the little pesticide spray that they have at home that they're spraying for mosquitoes. Then when people spray malathion for mosquito control on a large scale, that is very, very terrible for pollinators. It kills them all. Even in your backyard, some people don't know your gardener goes out and they clean up the yard and they spray some stuff here and they spray some stuff there. All those things add up over time. So that's a big issue. And generally there's little value placed on pollinators. People don't know how much they do and they don't really consider them as a thing. So when people think about climate change and pollinators on a whole, those are two very big, large scale issues, and people think that they themselves don't have control over any of it. And they don't think that what they do makes a difference to the grand problem of this. But it really does. So there are very few viable support systems as well. And the other thing, part of this is that the high consumer demand for perfect vegetables. So people tend to go, at least I can speak for Trinidad and Tobago, I'm not so sure about the other islands, but people tend to want to buy the vegetables that look good. So I keep on telling the story about when I was in grad school and I had a whole number of cucumbers that I produced that I really didn't care for because I was just looking at the pollination component. And I brought back all these cucumbers and into UWI, and I sat them down and I told people, go ahead and take the cucumbers. And people were not interested because they had a funny shape. They had, oh, this one has a worm in it. So the thing is that people don't want to eat the vegetables that would be produced without the pesticides. And if people are demanding the good-looking, nice, plump, lush-looking vegetables, then that's what the farmers are going to produce because that's what they can sell. So the consumer demand drives the pesticide use. And there's generally very little knowledge about the pest species as well. So when we had done some farmer surveys, many of them just identified the pests that they're concerned about as worms, which turn out to be caterpillars or very, very broad scale things. In many cases, they said they don't know. And they basically spray any and everything to try to get rid of whatever. So there's a very broad scale pesticide application to get rid of any and everything, even though they're not quite sure what they're targeting. And there's generally little knowledge of the effects of the pesticide, not just on the pollinators, but also health effects. I've seen some pretty scary things with people spraying pesticides and they're running down the backs of the people that are spraying them. They're spraying it into the wind and breathing in all the pesticides. That is something that really needs to be worked on. So again, when we talk about climate change and pollinators, we talk about just the lack of the data that we have for the Caribbean, the neotropics, and small island developing states on a whole. So the higher temperatures, again, reduce the food sources that are available for these insects. And they reduce the nesting habitat as well. And the changing weather patterns, even though the timing of pollinator activity may not, or at least has not been proven in these areas, and the nectar availability and pollen availability, that sort of mismatch that occurs latitudes or southern latitudes, very far south, that may not happen here, but again, we are lacking the data. So it is very, very important that we start looking into how does climate change affect pollinators in a tropical context, because the majority of the work has been done in temperate areas. So the tropical context is very important. How does this affect us here? How does it affect these areas? So again, if we're looking at policy in the Caribbean, no, there's no pollinator or pollination policy. Pollination is mentioned in some national documents. So for example, the state of St. Lucia's Biodiversity for Food and Agriculture report mentions pollinators. There's also a document from Barbados that does mention pollinators, but there isn't any plan, there isn't any policy, there isn't anything directed at managing pollination or conserving pollinators. And we generally lack the data. We need to know, first of all, we need to know what species we have and what species pollinate what plants. And we need to establish those relationships, and then we can move forward from there. So yeah, and again, pollination has also not been included in any climate change policies that I've seen or looked at. And that's also something telling that we need to work on. So generally, we need to do more pollinator surveys. We need to look at the effects of climate change in a local species context. And we need to establish pollination networks. So we need to identify what insects pollinate what plants or what animals pollinate what plants. We need to identify vulnerable species. We need to start doing some biophysical counting, which is basically recording the species that we have and the numbers of individuals over time, even if it's at select sites. Natural capital accounting is also something that would be something worthwhile looking into, and generally policy development is underlying the entire thing. So there's just one quick thing I wanted to mention, which is that we have fortunately been afforded the opportunity to run a pollination project, which I'm hoping will be getting off the ground very soon. This is BestNet has been supporting this, and we are supposed to be running from 2021 to 2022. So it looks like we're spilling over a little bit into 2023. And it focuses on science, policy, and practice of pollination and pollinator management. And we're looking at managing the effects of pesticides, increasing the knowledge base, strengthening agricultural systems, increasing education and raising awareness. We want to particularly pay attention to stingless bee conservation, and we want to create lots of tools for future work so that people have resources that they can use. We would like to create partnerships and review policy. And some of this actually also spills over to the rest of the Caribbean, and we would like to work with people in other islands as much as we can to try to get some stuff going there as well. Generally, people keep on asking me, what can we do? There are things people can do privately as well. So private citizens can plant flowers, can start kitchen gardens, provide pollinator habitat. Farmers can observe and record insects. Multi-cropping, spraying can be done in low wind, high temperature situations, planting hedgerows and so on. So there are lots of little things that can be done. And just one very last thing, which is what can you do? You can become a citizen scientist. So I have actually set up on iNaturalist projects for every Caribbean island where you can contribute to recording pollinators by uploading pictures of the insects that you're seeing on plants and also of pest insects, and you're uploading it to your country. So it's pollinators and pests of whatever Caribbean island. If you have any issues or questions with that, you can always contact me and I'll be happy to help you out with working out. So what can you do? You need to know your insects. That is the most important part of it, and that's the basis on what we're basing this all on. So thank you very much for listening to me this morning.
Thank you very much, Lena. I think this was a very excellent presentation, like the two others. And I just want to thank, with some latitude, of course, but we do expect that because of the nature of the conference. And I'm sure that came up. I think one of the presenters did admit, the participants did admit that he was suffering from the effects of some latency. We wait for questions. I just have one observation to make, and it's perhaps a question as well. You may be aware that there's a lot of work being done in the Caribbean now. Now there's a parallel conference going on, preparing honey producers for honey show in St. Lucia in December. And of course, most of us with honey production and bees.
Yeah.
Could you, in light of what you said, can you just speak to how you resolve these issues, these tensions between, the focus on pollination?
Honeybees are very useful. So by no means, I don't want to talk with a lot of the crops that we're planting, because cucumbers and whatnot, those are not native to the Caribbean islands either. So they have them as sort of, cows versus the native animals in the bush, because you're keeping cows for a certain purpose, for the milk and for the whatever. So same thing with the bees for those kinds of things. I think the one thing that is just generally missing usually from the narrative is that people tend to skip over as honey production and pollination. So while the apis bees that we know for the honey production also pollinate, they don't have a major effect on the local pollinators. So for instance, we have here several species of stingless bees that also produce honey and it's also less well known. So what we need to work on is really trying to maybe promote the local pollinators, and sort of also insects generally have a very bad rap. People don't flies also pollinate, and caterpillars, yes, okay, fine, they might eat a little bit of one of your crops, but as the adult, the butterflies. And
the second observation has to do with the survival of pollinators after a hurricane. Mm-hmm. Usually there is a view of what the ordinary citizen can do to facilitate recovery.
So yes, what you can do is in some countries they've tried and tested out bee hotels. The bee hotels are a bit sort of highly debated topic. In some cases, significantly contribute to pollinator recovery. So you can build bee hotels. You can just provide habitat by leaving an area of if you're farming, an area of your fasting. So they're solitary ground nesting, and they dig holes in the ground. So when people plow, for instance, until the soil, it destroys pollinator habitat. So generally, any of them are cavity nesters, so leaving trees, and even old trees or trees that have died in a kitchen garden. If you just like to plant flowers in your backyard, there are certain plants that they like more than others. That is an option, and on a whole, just avoiding the use of pesticides in terms of that. But that's something definitely worth looking at in terms of how much has declined after an event and how long does it take to recover. So there could be some very simple see how that sort of recovery goes on. So that's actually a nice little neat project that can be done. That is definitely something that we need in terms of data.
Thanks. Just we have plants and other hybrid plants have an impact on pollinators.
Well, the GMO thing is a bit of a debate. What you want to stop from the perspective of plant diversity is genetically modified material that has very similar species in the wild, and insects carry pollen between those, and some sort of cross-pollination does occur, and by some chance, you don't want to eat for food and pollen and so on. I'm not sure. So because we don't have these large-scale monocropped areas in the Caribbean as we do in way too afraid of GMO plants and so on. There can be some kind of issue in terms of, okay, if you have a hybrid plant and it looks slightly different or it has a slightly, there's lots to be discovered about this, and this is definitely one of them. So that's something worth looking into.
Thank you very much, Lina. To Dr. Henry, that there were two questions. One came from Vincent Peter, who asked whether, apart from tourism, did the model look at other subsectors? You can note that one. I will put the second observation to you right away because in the interest of time. The other one came from Kingsley St. Hill through the Jeff Facebook page. Psychological, or is it physiological needs after a severe hurricane? Now that we're experiencing lockdowns, what is in place at the OECS to provide the people's physiological need? And Peter said that he thinks it'd be useful that the model look at 5 minutes or so to respond.
Thanks, Mr. Charles, Chair. Well, let me take the question on the psychosocial support. Certainly my paper would not necessarily would have addressed this matter because it's, while an important issue, it would be way out of the scope of the paper itself. I know at the OECS Commission, there are several initiatives that we certainly would be engaged in to support member states to improve resilience building and so forth, and all the issue of the psychosocial issue. So I would elect not to do so. But certainly they can reach out to the Commission. I would certainly put them through to the specific unit and personnel that can address that. So I just wanted to clear that out quickly.
Okay.
In terms of the model, the thing about modeling is that the model can't be everything to everyone. That's the first thing. The emphasis of the model, because you run the risk of misspecification of your model and heteroscedasticity, just basically the whole efficiency of the model, so that the coefficients of that model make sense and is as correct as possible based on the data. Having said that, the model would have included the tourism arrivals, particularly because of the data would show that St. Lucia is in your model. The second issue here is in the context of agriculture, you would need to have sufficient data to be able to include agriculture into the discussion. The thing about it also is that agriculture, based on data from the ECCB, has been a declining, very important was the issue of agriculture. Using that information in hand would not have necessarily strengthened what I was trying to do in the growth model. So no, I would not have included it. But the point on the whole issue of Human Development Index, and particularly factors related to that, especially health and education factor, are very critical. Most times the challenge would be data points, getting sufficient data points to run the regression, to do that. However, the model itself, I would have ensured that that the model would not have been at risk of misspecification. And a large, with reference to natural disasters and storms and strong storms as a proxy for the reality of climate change. So I hope that is useful. My intention is to share the paper. I will do so in a while. So you just need to send the email. And my expectation would be that the Open Campus would make available those papers for others who may be interested in reviewing and to give some feedback. And certainly I would love feedback from persons who were able to read the paper as well. Mr. Charles, I'm not sure, did I miss there was another question that I missed?
No, I think one was the comment about the HDI.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much, Clarence. Lena, back to you. You still there?
Yes, still here.
All right. Sorry for taking on some of your time.
No, that's fine.
But while we were waiting for questions for you, I don't know if you wanted to comment. Organizers will do that, and also whatever relevant information you could share. Because I think what is critical, people want to get a sense of being empowered after the presentations that they could do something.
Yes.
So whatever they can participate, I think they'll attempt to do so. I think we spoke a little bit about the honey, the pollinators, the bees as pollinators, and so forth. Whether actively they have been pollination in the wider Caribbean.
In terms of the people planting plant species and so on for pollinator girls, well, not necessarily butterfly gardens in Trinidad, people have been doing some of those things. I'm not sure if there's a wider, I haven't heard any names for honey production and so on, that also benefits other pollinators. So that's a thing. I mean, again, or low tillage if they're doing any kind of agricultural stuff. That sort of thing. You can plant something flowering all the time. So if something goes towards the end of a flowering period, you want to have something else there that will take up the slack so that there's a continuous food supply for your pollinator, like kitchen gardens or community kitchen gardens. All of that stuff is very helpful because that is, those plants all flower, they produce food at the end of the day. So that's the benefit for the people, to do it as organic as possible. And you use alternate pest control methods. I mean, people use garlic and onion and things like that to keep pests away. They intercrop with things like something that's smelly, like thyme at home, even on a small scale, even in flower pots around the house and that sort of thing. So those are the things that I would recommend. I'm not sure that this has been done on a larger scale, anything other than community gardens, perhaps. But I don't know that they plant trees, plant plants, plant flowers on a whole. It will benefit the pollinators one way or the other.
Just one final question for me. Do you have any advice on addressing the phobias, the apiphobia and the other fears?
Parents, if they can just, mask their own fears and just maybe just, try to let the kids interact with the bugs and let the kids, it's education from early on, I think. If you're growing up with not thinking of insects as this big, scary, gross thing, but, taking the time to appreciate, to get to know them and to see what they do. And pretty spiders and, find the ones that, start with the ones that you like to look at and go from there. I think, the education from the childhood thing on and letting kids explore and letting kids interact with insects, going to zoos, looking online.
Presentation. I don't think I see any more questions right now,
sure.
But as I said, if you stay with us, they may pop up later.
Okay,
Thank you once again. Yeah, thank you. Well, folks, you just saw this. We will now move to our next presentation, but I think just to give you a little breather, I would invite our technical team just to put up their more up-to-date presentation, which is next.
Yo, Alpha,
Monster.
this one is global.
1.5, this to be a warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Cause we can't afford 2 degrees increase. All so we got to do what is right and hold it down. The temperature, hold it down. It's too much heat, hold it down. Natural disasters on the increase, hold it down. Sea levels rising, hold it down. Mother Earth is crying, hold it down. We must do something now. 1.5, we should be a warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Yeah.
We in the Caribbean and other island states across the Indian Pacific adverse effects. So join the movement and let your voice be heard. We cannot allow global temperatures to increase by more than 1.5 degrees.
No. 10% green in the ocean. From Mama Africa back to St. Lucia. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people, all survivors on the line. We can't afford too long.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And we now move to presentation number 4. Deputy Chief Sustainable Development and Environmental Officer with the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Gender, and Sustainable Development in St. Lucia. The presentation is entitled, and just to give you quickly some bio data on Dawn. She holds a bachelor's degree in natural sciences, double major. From 2015, she served as the representative of Small Island Developing States on the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. She serves as co-chair until the 12th meeting in October 2020. She first participated in UNFCCC negotiations, negotiator on behalf of the Caribbean community and the Alliance of Small Island States in the negotiating area of the then Fisheries Ministry of Agriculture. At the then Fisheries Ministry of Agriculture, past 12 years, she has been based in the Department of Sustainable Development project, regionally executed by Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. She currently serves as the Deputy Chief Sustainable Development and Environment Officer, where she supports the work of the department in policy formulation and review, strategic planning, international negotiations, technical guidance for project and program implementation, support for resource mobilization, reporting on the various conventions and associated protocols, and interagency coordination. Her support spans the areas of biodiversity and biosafety, chemicals and hazardous waste management, climate change, ocean governance, protected areas management, science and technology, the Small Island Developing States Development Agenda, and the policy and legislative agenda. We now invite Dawn Pierre Nathaniel to make a presentation. Over to you, Dawn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Let me just share my screen. Tell me that you can see that.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, excellent. Again, thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. I have to say good morning and good afternoon and good evening, because I have the feeling that this conference is being observed from around the world. So of course, welcome to everyone looking on as we present those various papers. Mine is more of a discussion paper than a research paper, as I take you through St. Lucia's climate change policy in the direction of heading towards concrete action. You would have seen from various presentations, there's been reference to the observed and anticipated climate change impact, so I need not go into those, but you would see everything from prolonged intense dry periods to marine algal blooms. Of course, we know about the tropical storms and hurricanes, pests and diseases, soil erosion and degradation, unpredictable rainfall, high temperatures, etc. This is now our reality. We also know about that the option of doing nothing is simply not an option for us. This is a very old figure. When I look at this figure, it's a 2008 figure where it says, the cost of inaction is at least 12.1% of St. Lucia's GDP by 2025, and rising to 24.5% by 2050 and 49.1% by 2100. This figure is old, like I said, so you can imagine that it is many times worse than this at this point. And of course, the topic being climate policy. What is climate policy? What exactly are we looking at? We want to look at it from the international perspective, as well as the regional and the national perspective, inclusive of legislation, policy documents as we know them, but strategies and action plans as well. So we've been speaking about the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that we normally call the UNFCCC, and St. Lucia ratified that in 1993. Then we have the Kyoto Protocol, which St. Lucia ratified in 2003. The first one, which was the UNFCCC, is really looking at those anthropogenic human-induced impacts of climate change and seeing how the world could come together to help reduce those greenhouse gas emissions and to help countries to be able to adapt to climate change. The Kyoto Protocol is really looking at commitments for developed countries being able to meet certain targets to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. And there was an amendment to it in 2018 called the Doha Amendment, which had a new commitment period from 2013 to 2020. Then everyone, of course, has heard about the Paris Agreement that St. Lucia ratified in 2016. And that is looking at the ambitious and urgent action that is needed to address the adverse impacts of climate change. And that we have been hearing quite a lot about. We've also heard a lot about the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, which is with its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs as we call them. And given that the focus of this is on climate change, just pulling out SDG 13, that's on climate action, and SDG 7, which is on affordable and clean energy. And for those of you who picked up the opening last night, you would have seen a number of options put forward for dealing with and addressing climate change, some of which were in the realm of renewable energy and energy efficiency. This is just to make sure that you're still with me. There have been a lot of persons involved in policy over the years, and which just implies that it is a continuous process. And still on what constitutes policy, we were speaking just now about the international perspective, but there's also the regional framework for achieving development resilient to climate change and its associated implementation plan for the CARICOM regional framework for achieving development resilient to climate change. And that is recognizing that as a Caribbean, as a CARICOM community, we face similar problems, similar issues, and it is good to be able to come together with one voice and to be able to come together to look at those commonalities that we have and look for ways to be able to address them, sometimes at a national level, but sometimes at the regional level. Then, of course, we have the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and you would have heard the earlier presentation on the weather and climate and the events and the risks and the threats and the trends specifically in the OECS. And we have a St. George's Declaration, which was just revised of 2040, that looks at nature-based solutions to issues such as climate change and biodiversity degradation, etc. Again, these are some of the players in policy direction and policy development at the regional level, CARICOM and the OECS. But let's get to home. Let's get to St. Lucia. Let's get to the national framework. We have a National Coordinating Climate Change Committee. It's a National Climate Change Committee, the NCCC. That body, comprising governmental and non-governmental agencies, has been around, established by Cabinet from 1998. And that the body tries to meet on a quarterly basis. Sometimes it is in person and sometimes it is electronically. And they have this advisory role for both adaptation and mitigation, where they could provide input into many different aspects of climate change, whether it be public education and awareness or capacity building, development of policy, etc. And it takes into consideration the gender element, the youth, the private sector, the public sector, civil society, etc. Then we have been working on climate change legislation at the national level. This piece of legislation is still with the Attorney General's chambers, and we're hoping that this is going to be one of the things we can get completed this year. But this legislation looks at a lot of the processes that we are already engaged in, whether that be coordination and mobilization and report preparation and report submission to the various international treaties, giving further teeth to the coordinating body that is the National Climate Change Committee, and many other such things are encompassed in this climate change legislation, looking at adaptation actions and mitigation actions as being very important in terms of addressing climate change, and also the issue of loss and damage. Pictured here is the climate change adaptation policy. We first had one in 2002, and this has since been revised in 2015. And this climate change adaptation policy sets the framework for what happens with climate change adaptation. It has as its fundamental basis, it looks at climate change adaptation in terms of facilitating public education and awareness, capacity building, research, etc. Financing, well, that speaks for itself, and the implementation of on-the-ground projects, as in your infrastructure and other such related projects on the ground. Still looking at a national framework and what exists in St. Lucia, we have, pictured here is St. Lucia's National Adaptation Plan, which is a 10-year plan, but this is under the broader process of St. Lucia's National Adaptation Planning process. And this NAP, as we call it, it encompasses a very number of sectors and areas, and you shall see what some of those sectors and areas are, but including water and fisheries and infrastructure, education, health, resilient ecosystems, and all of those are various areas, tourism, as fundamental sectors where you need to be able to address the impacts of climate change. And the priority measures that stakeholders came up with prioritize over the short, medium, and long term over the 10-year period, where the short term represents the most urgent actions that need to be implemented. This was adopted by Cabinet in 2018. Still under the National Adaptation Planning process, this NAP that I spoke about is the umbrella document. Think of it as the overall arching umbrella document when it comes to adaptation. And adaptation, simply put, any action that you can take to adapt to minimize, avert, address, reduce the impacts of climate change. They can be soft measures like public education awareness, capacity building, or harder type measures where you put in some infrastructure or some other, something like strengthening your infrastructure, for example. But all of that can fall under the realm of adaptation. And under this umbrella NAP, you have sectoral adaptation strategies and action plans called SASAPs. And we've been developing SASAPs with the requisite entities with the responsibility for those areas. And SASAPs have been developed for water, agriculture, fisheries, as well as resilient ecosystems, marine and terrestrial. And the entities with the mandate and authority in those areas are responsible for taking those SASAPs and implementing the measures that are listed in there. We are currently working to try to get funding to develop the SASAPs for infrastructure, for education, for health, and to update the one for tourism to bring it up to par with the others that have been developed to date. Still under the National Adaptation Planning process in terms of policy, we've also developed, I should mention that the SASAPs I mentioned on the previous page were adopted by Cabinet also in 2018, except for the Resilient Ecosystems one that was adopted by Cabinet in 2020, that is last year. We also have a research policy, and it was really heartening to see the research that has been done and continues to be done. You saw Cedric's presentation and Clarence's presentation and Lena's presentation as well. So research is fundamental and continues to happen, but we don't always benefit from the research. As Lena said, sometimes the research is not necessarily from our region. So we need to have more tropical type research done, more in keeping with our own environment and climate. And but we recognize the need for this research. We need to be able to have information and data to help us make informed decisions. We need to be in a place where the research agenda is set by us and not by others, not because of a pet project of a particular professor or anything, but basically it is something that the country needs or the region needs. So this climate change research policy 2020 to 2030 and its associated strategy were developed. In there, you'd be able to find a collaboration agreement because you're really trying to get others to engage in the research, the universities, etc., research that you want to do, and have a process that allows those researchers to liaise with the particular sector, whether that be agriculture or fisheries or water, etc. Importantly, the research strategy has a number of sectors where there are research topics listed in there for water, for agriculture, for fisheries, for tourism, for health, for education, for infrastructure, for resilient ecosystems, for transport, for energy, for slow onset events, for sea level rise, for migration, you name it. Everything related to even sports, to climate change. And that's the kind of research that we want to do. So I do invite you to have a look. So these, the research policy and the strategy were also endorsed by Cabinet in 2020. All of these processes involve a number of stakeholders over a particular period of months and years to be able to have those documents developed and put forward and get to the point where the stakeholders are happy with them, to the point where we could submit them to Cabinet for endorsement. Still under the national adaptation planning process. We also worked with stakeholders in the development of a climate financing strategy. Why do that? That is because there are a number of funding options out there. The Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, but the various funds are meant for different things. So Adaptation Fund, as the name implies, is adaptation projects, whereas the Green Climate Fund, you're able to submit projects that are both adaptation and mitigation focused, etc. So this strategy allows you to be able to understand the financing landscape. What is out there? What is available? What does St. Lucia qualify for? What kind of projects should go to which entity, whether that be bilateral, multilateral, or otherwise? Are there big projects, small projects? Are there different categories of projects? Understanding that financing landscape allows you to better target your particular project program to a particular funder to enhance the chances of getting accepted and implemented. That financing strategy, which was adopted by Cabinet in 2020, was also associated and accompanied with a private sector engagement strategy. Those of you who picked up the presentation last night would have heard the point made about the importance of the private sector and having a bigger role to play. We recognize the private sector in a developed country is different from the private sector in a small island developing state, for example. Many of our private sector entities are themselves small and perhaps I could use the word needy in terms of requiring support for the particular projects. I remember a project that was done under the special program for adaptation to climate change that involved a hotel in the South, linking up with the government, with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center and the World Bank on a particular water project. So that was an example of the private-public partnership. But what we've noticed is that we have in St. Lucia, we have micro, small, and medium type enterprises. We have entities that have a large number of them with persons with just 5 persons being employed or fewer. And therefore, you can't engage them in the traditional and normal ways that you would engage a private sector firm that is particularly large, where they can afford to perhaps send the person for the entire day to a workshop or to a consultation about financing options or about capacity building or whatever it is, compared to a micro one that where time is money, where they can't really afford to have somebody gone for the entire day. So this strategy looks at ways to better engage them. So we worked with them on this to be able to engage them. So we're really looking forward to rolling out this strategy this year and beyond. Of course, we still under the National Adaptation Planning process, we have the climate change communication strategy, and that one should speak for itself. Obviously, in getting the climate change message out there, you have to use all different means. You have to recognize that you have your different audiences. We have the Creole here in St. Lucia, we have the English, we have the young, and we have the elderly. To look at. We saw, for example, the use of soca with Arthur and Monster in the Hold It Down song. We saw earlier on with Kendall Hippolyte, where the 1.5 song, the shorter, the slower tempo version. And we know that Kendall is an artist in his own right. Then we saw just earlier on the spoken word piece that was done. So basically, there are different types of media, different audiences, different tools that can be used to get the message across in an effective way. And that climate communication strategy looks at that. That was also adopted in 2018. Under the National Adaptation Planning process, there's also a roadmap and capacity development plan. And we found as we were going through the consultations over the years, 2017, 18, 19, 20, that persons were coming up with areas where they wanted the capacity built, whether that be private sector, civil society, public sector, whatever it was. And for example, in project proposal writing, in building the climate rationale to be able to attract funding, and many, and even in delivering the climate change method in a way that is simple and not technical and reaches those that need to be reached. So this roadmap is, well, a road that perhaps a pathway as to how we want to get there. But also importantly, it includes areas that stakeholders recognize as areas where they wanted the capacity built, whether they're at the technical level, at the policy level, etc. Still under the National Adaptation Planning process, yes, there are a number of policies. There's this monitoring and evaluation plan that was developed. We can't just simply continue and implement projects or develop legislation or policies or programs or without knowing where we are. We need to conduct surveys, we need to have evaluations, we need to get a sense of what is happening, how we're doing, so we could take corrective action as needed. We could improve the way we're doing something to be able to have better results. And that is the idea behind the National Adaptation Plan, and looking at getting inputs from various stakeholders and sectors and areas across St. Lucia to give us a status of where we are on an annual basis. We want to be able to really improve in that area. So it is, we're looking at it more closely and seeing how we could truly improve. National Adaptation Planning process. We also spoke about the climate change adaptation policy and the draft climate change legislation. But there's also policy to do with mitigation. Remember, I spoke about adaptation, actions taken to minimize, to avert, to address, to reduce the adverse impacts of climate change. But there are actions that we need to take to actually reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that lead to this global warming, that lead to those adverse impacts of climate change. And that's where we go into the realm of mitigation. So there's adaptation and there's mitigation. So we've developed a nationally determined contribution, an NDC, and the whole world is developing those NDCs where countries indicate what actions they can take to be able to reduce emissions. As small as we are, And as negligible as our figures may be in terms of our contribution to global warming and climate change, we want to play our part as well, and we're required to play our part as well. So our first NDC was submitted to the UNFCCC in 2015. That was the year of the Paris Agreement. And every 5 years, you're supposed to have a more ambitious nationally determined contribution developed. So our NDC was developed again 5 years later in 2020 and was approved by Cabinet in January 2021. Linked with that is the NDC Partnership Plan, which looks at particular projects similar to the NAP and the SASAPs, where there are project concepts and there are project concept notes in readiness for submission. The NDC Partnership Plan also has those notes that speak to particular areas where you can build with partners to be able to have it implemented, all in an effort to look at being able to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions that lead to climate change. So this is on the NDC. Now, still in the national framework, I spoke to adaptation and I spoke to loss and mitigation. And I know when we speak to loss and damage, we may be thinking of it in the regular terms of what is lost, for example, during a storm. But at the level of the UNFCCC, it goes a little bit further, and it speaks to the impacts of climate change that are experienced despite the best efforts at mitigation and adaptation. Despite you putting your best foot forward, that there will still be loss and damage. There will be still some impacts like sea level rise, some things that are irreversible, irreparable, permanent, loss of life, loss of health, loss of culture, loss of self, loss of identity that one might experience through having to move from what they knew as home to a whole other country, a whole other place. That is what we mean when we talk about loss and damage. The loss and damage is recognized in two of our policy documents. That is the NAP, the National Adaptation Plan, Chapter 15. Specifically, it goes into the realm of the limits to adaptation, because you can only go so far with adaptation. And then loss and damage is also recognized in the Nationally Determined Contribution, or NDC. So we always ensure that we make the linkages between those policies to be able to maximize the actions out of them. We know that we've been talking a lot, you've heard it over the airwaves, etc., gender and youth considerations. And gender meaning both, all aspects, male, female, etc., and ensure that there is involvement and there's mainstreaming and there's, we take into consideration men and women, but we also take into consideration the youth as the future of tomorrow, the voices. And we try to do that through our National Climate Change Committee, where you have representation on there, but also in our various projects and programs, that those aspects must always be duly considered from the planning right through to the implementation and monitoring phases. Incidentally, what's pictured here is St. Lucia's country program to the Green Climate Fund, the GCF, where there's funding available for adaptation, for mitigation. And the country program, St. Lucia's, was finalized last year and submitted to the Green Climate Fund. And it provides St. Lucia's priority projects for implementation, or its pipeline projects for implementation under the Green Climate Fund, under the realm of adaptation and mitigation. St. Lucia's country program drew very heavily from the NAP planning process and from the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution process. So you would see the priority areas in there encompass water and agriculture and fisheries and health and tourism and education and infrastructure and resilient ecosystems and transport and energy, etc. Because again, everything is well connected. But the country program specifically and is driven by the National Designated Authority, the NDA, to the Green Climate Fund, and that is the department responsible for economic development. But who is the driver in terms of all of this? we do have the Department of Sustainable Development as the agency responsible for looking at a number of environmental matters. But environment being what it is, you can appreciate that the responsibility is spread across a number of agencies. So the department has oversight for policy formulation and review, strategic planning, international negotiations, technical guidance for project and program implementation, etc. But we don't necessarily implement on-the-ground initiatives. But we play a lead role in coordinating, in facilitating, in supporting, in mobilizing, in enabling efforts regarding the environment, inclusive of climate change. So we work all of those policies that we develop. We don't develop those on our own. We develop them with the entities with responsibility for those areas. We've had this history of consultation and networking, and we continue to work in that manner. So we work with economic development as a national designated authority to the Green Climate Fund. We work with all the entities for all the sectors that I mentioned, private sector, civil society, etc., because we want to encourage ownership among the sectors so that climate action is driven not from one department or one corner of an entity responsible, because one entity can't do it alone, but to be able to have all the entities with the responsibilities and the mandate and authority for those particular areas to take ownership and drive those processes. So, okay, now you're saying, oh, all these policies, she's presented all those policies. What's the point? Policies on paper, sitting on a shelf, collecting dust, they mean nothing. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, I heard you. But policy instruments and processes are quite useful. It allows for forward planning. If you can't think about what your issues are, what your concerns are, what your threats are, what your resources are, what's your manpower, what are the barriers, if you can't think of all of that in a way that you've really brainstormed about it and came up with good options for moving forward, then you are simply going in no direction. So these processes with the consultation and the participation and the brainstorming really allows you to do that. It allows for buy-in and ownership so that it's not something coming from one entity, but from various sectors and areas and levels of society. It also allows you to be able to attract funding for project and program implementation, and that is fundamental. More and more, you need to show, if you're applying to the Green Climate Fund or the Adaptation Fund, or bilaterally or all other ways, countries and processes need to be able to see that there's evidence of national alignment. It can't be something that you pull out of a hat. It can't be something that somebody just came up with. You need to be able to show that you've consulted on this with stakeholders, that they came out of a process of somewhere, that national alignment is fundamental to you getting that funding. And then, of course, there are the processes such as the UNFCCC negotiations. And some might say, oh, it's talk shop, they're just going in. Yes, there are pluses and there are minuses. But guess what? It is through those negotiations, through those processes, that the financial mechanism under those climate treaties, the UNFCCC Paris Agreement, and the operating entities are established. And it is through those processes that the policies are developed, the program priorities, the eligibility criteria, and the funding are determined. So these processes stop, whether they be in person or virtual, then you don't have that means to be able to move forward and have the funding that you need for implementing all of these things. So the policies and programs from the international, the regional, and the national level are fundamental, and the processes that go with them to allow the wheels to continue to turn and for us to move from the paper towards the implementation. At the end, you will see that from all of what I've said, that climate change is everyone's business. Agencies with responsibility for all the sectors and areas, including external affairs and commerce and youth and finance and economic development, further to the regular culprits. So climate change internationally, nationally, regionally, has been receiving attention from government, some more than others, some less than others, the youth, private sector, the banking sector. St. Lucia Development Bank has been doing quite a bit of work in this area. Community groups, non-governmental agencies, academia, the media, our artists. And that's because climate change is everyone's business. These are just some shots to show you that some of the consultations that were held under that have been held under the water sector. You can see these are some under the agriculture sector. That's some focus group sessions. Sometimes people work better in smaller groups. Here comes the communication strategy as well, where basically you can't use the same medium for everyone. So you could see our farmers engaged in those small group focus sessions. There's a number of sessions involving our fisheries folks. And again, different means for different folks. You might have seen in the previous slides that we have to adapt the means of communication and engagement to our particular audiences. This is just a shot from our National Adaptation Plan Assembly, where we had a number of ministers and permanent secretaries and heads of departments and divisions coming together to endorse our National Adaptation Plan and all of the various supplements that came out of it as well. Again, continuing to see that a number of persons continue to be involved in this process as being fundamental to have that buying and that ownership. Importantly, our creators, our artists, our performers. I'm sure you could recognize some of them in the images. They help us in getting the message out there. They help us in helping others understand and accept the messages and take action. They were fundamental to helping us in 2015 with the Paris Agreement, and they continue to be fundamental players. Again, just a few more shots showing you the creators and artists and performers in action, helping us with our policies and strategies and our messaging, where we sometimes have training sessions for them, but we also to get the content through to them, but also even the other way around, where they help us in trying to get get the message out, because sometimes as technical persons, we're not the best communicators. Group work, again, the public-private sector partnership is very important, and you would have heard that in previous presentations and the feature address last night. But you know what? I'm showing you all of those group images of persons close up and personal. But our new reality, COVID-19 and climate change. And we've recognized a few things, and there are a number of studies that are on the way, and some of them are already happening from the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, UNDP, UNEP, others are doing work where they've already seen, for example, the most vulnerable to COVID-19 are also the most vulnerable to climate change, and that both COVID-19 and climate change affect health and well-being. Both of them are poverty multipliers. They both bring uncertainty and fear, feelings of loss of control and helplessness. And we've seen climate change emergencies make the challenges of COVID-19 worse. We've seen sites, for example, where the entire site got flooded out where they were doing the testing, where persons can't come to do the testing because climate change impacts from excessive rainfall and flooding have had those kinds of impacts. And we see COVID-19 has also been seen to retard the responses to climate change. And some people go as far as saying climate change is a COVID-19 patient. And that is because, for example, some of the funding for climate change with COVID-19 had to be reallocated and diverted to deal with the immediate issue. So at the end, we cannot, in our policies and in our actions, we cannot, whether internationally, regionally, nationally, we cannot really be asked to choose between efforts directed towards one or the other. Efforts must focus on building climate resilience, but we need to find solutions that address both the current pandemic and the challenges posed by climate change. And we need to remember that alliances are fundamental. Bringing in the stakeholders in policy development, in implementation from private sector, academia, civil society, media, and everyone. And that is fundamental if you really want to see results in terms of boosting climate action. So yes, this is our new reality. We have to be developing policy using virtual means, but we've also found that it can work. better than we anticipated. And this is perhaps our new normal. Not sure for how long, but let's see. At the end, the reality is we need to continue the effort in terms of preparing the policies internationally, regionally, and nationally, the supporting legislation, the strategies, the action plans, all of what is needed with the stakeholders, and continue the effort to address climate change, one sector, one community, one business, one household, one person at a time. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dawn. Very detailed information on the work being done in St. Lucia at the policy level. So detailed it was that you have eaten into your response question answer time, but we do have a period for questions and answers. So I will invite the participants, those who have questions, to field these questions. I have not seen anything yet in the platforms, so, or in the chat. But while we are waiting, I just want you to quickly, and I mean quickly in case we don't want to run over time to compromise the other presenters, that whether you could just mention briefly what have been some of the challenges of approval of policy on climate change and environment in general by the policymakers. What does and I see Dr. Fletcher as a former minister is in the room. What what factors actually enhance the chances of approval, and what factors perhaps are roadblocks to approval? Just three or four key factors.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Indeed, one of the things we've noticed is we need to be able to demonstrate that we have involved stakeholders, so that you have buy-in, to be able to enhance the likelihood of something getting endorsed, that there is buy-in, and you could actually demonstrate that in your justification seeking approval of that particular policy or strategy. Having been able to say that you have identified the funding, or at least you know what the funding options are to be able to take it forward, is another very important one that needs to be considered. And there's of course the environment, the political environment that also plays a part as well. But timing is everything as well. What is happening on the international level influencing what's happening on the national level. Those are just a few, but of course, you could, of course, look more in detail in the paper, which others can, for getting more detail on my particular paper, which has been shared. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Just to remind those following that the documents are being shared. I think that's usually the request from our social media platforms. Can they get a copy? Is it shared? Are the links being shared? And we encourage you to follow these links because they certainly provide much more detail than what is presented, of course, because of constraints of time. And Don, just another question from you. While it's more an observation, I think most times organizations developing policies and strategies tend to issues of responding to the COVID pandemic. Education is in fact the hardest issue. How do you to rebalance?
I totally agree with you in terms of the fundamental importance of education and public education and awareness sensitization from the inception planning phase, and not just the point where it has where something has already been a fait accompli, and then you try to bring in other persons, but from all aspects of it. So and we've been doing we meaning St. Lucia, and you would have seen all of the various outputs so far, in seeing that it cannot be done with government only. It has to be involving our artists, our creators, our youth, and ensuring that there's that's part of the policy, that's part of the norm in how we work. So yes, developing a communications strategy that includes them, but continuously having that kind of involvement. You would have seen over the years being able to have our media participate in international negotiations up to several, at least maybe about at least 3 different negotiations where people think about infrastructure as the hard ones, and yes, that division can be made. But in terms of the fundamental role of education and awareness, it really makes or breaks your policy and the implementation and the success of it.
We have a question but not everyone is impacted in the same degree. Those affected the most by climate change are those least likely to address this situation.
That's a good question. Interesting coming from a particular person. But yes, we have to recognize the fundamental issue that I also reference, where those who are the least able to address it because of the financial needs or the financial situation. I reference, for example, the links between COVID-19 and climate change in that regard. And the policies, therefore, have to ensure that in the stakeholder involvement process, that you find ways to reach everyone. So what some persons call the grassroots, to reach people and engage people, and not simply sitting in an office or hotel room somewhere in the north of the island and think that it's done, but basically having them as part of the process, throughout the process, and reach them continuously. Use extension officers, use community outreach persons, and ensure that they are part of that policy, recognizing that we've seen it, that those who are the poor.
But I think the issue which Mr. Nathaniel probably wanted more focus on was the fact that whereas you may consult with these sectors, do they get the necessary
ways to have the different types of funding? Remember the financing strategy I referenced. And that financing strategy allows you to see that there are different funds for different groupings, different sizes of funds, different different thematic areas. So for example, one of the things, our department is also the GEF, Global Environmental Facility, the GEF focal point. And one of the things we were able to do is to allocate some of that funding that comes to the GEF towards the St. Lucia's small grant program that is run by Mr. Giles Romulus. And that was a way to ensure that funding is available through the small grants program that will allow civil society to be able to engage in projects. And we continue to look for those kinds of ways and means. It's by no means perfect, and it's a continuous struggle, because a recognized entity, and there are more questions and issues when it comes to being able to channel it otherwise. But we find ways to do it, and the small grants program is one such way.
Thank you, and that's an excellent opportunity for to our participants. I think that Lena may have been interested in this as well, creation of organic pesticides that can be used in both small and large scale agriculture. And just by way of promoting it, we want to present 2 copies. We'll get the book. It costs to produce and there's a price to it, but you'll get it for free if you answer the question. Could you indicate the 2 hottest years on record since the year 1850? Any of the respective platforms, Facebook, the chat on Zoom, as well as on the YouTube. And the number of projects that Jeff has funded, which responds to civil society and communities between 2012 and 2020. So there you are with these 2 preparing the information. Not eligible to participate in the quiz. She's preparing, I presume. Makiba Brandy Felix, are you ready or you present? And Makiba is a fisheries biologist, Department of Fisheries in St. Lucia, and she'll be speaking on the impact of climate change in St. Lucia. Oh, Makiba is there, and just quickly, Makiba, let me introduce you with a brief bio on the Caribbean's natural resources. Makiba holds a bachelor's degree in environmental science and Sustainable Technology from the University of the West Indies. It's your time. Over to you. While we're waiting for Makiba to present, to come up. Can someone tell me? Okay, there is Makiba. I get some indication from our technical team. So how to proceed. Just to remind you while we're waiting that we have who is a PhD candidate in literature and English at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, Trinidad and Tobago. And self-judgmental lament for dismembered landscapes, riverscapes, skyscapes, and oceanscapes in the language of Wilson Harris's you. Thank you, Dawn. Shareen in the room. Shareed Mohammed is due to come in at 1:20, so she's probably on her way. Yes, who is speaking? Oh, Makiba, you're there. All right. Daniel will be sharing the presentations. Unfortunately, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to go into detail of many of these voluminous documents that they. I don't know. Just ask Dawn another question. Dawn, can you take a question from me or comment? As a former public servant myself, I just understand the challenges of policy development and policy formulation. Nobody flag ahead of everybody. What are the other challenges of implementation of these?
Okay, so largely looking at what are the barriers in terms of implementation other than funding?
Yes.
Okay, implementation of projects at the national level. Correct?
Yeah, especially our obligations to these international conventions.
Yes, we are small, like many of the countries in the Caribbean, and therefore we have limited capacity, and I mean manpower, warm bodies to do the work. So at any one point, you find that the same persons who are involved in policy preparation are the ones involved in public education and awareness, preparing the project proposals, reviewing the deliverables, taking part in the negotiations. So it is really hard to be jack of all trades at any one time. Even when I'm out of state doing negotiations, I'm constantly having to respond to and address work from home as well, because the deadlines keep coming up, and it's really hard for small island developing states with limited resources, where you have your counterparts who have 10, 12, 15 persons on a delegation. Some can actually go home to sleep. Because of that, we found that you're being present physically, whether that be in places where you can get opportunities for funding, present everywhere, to be able to draw that kind of funding and support. It's not always funding, it's sometimes technical support and assistance as well. So the manpower thing is really an issue. There's also the so you are not just enough people, but having the technical and technological know-how to implement. So you find yourself having to draw on consultants and others, not necessarily because sometimes you actually have the technical capacity, pulling and drawing from others. So that's another challenge. And there's also the issue of funding that is, I know you said not funding, but I'm bringing the funding in to say that there are a lot of environmental, and I know climate change is a development issue, but a lot of projects, and there's always a revenue generation if you look at it indirectly, but directly, like I'm not collecting fees to do X, Y, Z, and therefore these don't necessarily get as funded as quickly as those where there are obvious revenue generation aspects associated with them. So you find important things that need to be done get sidelined, important things like public education and awareness, like capacity built. And some of them you might say are still tied to funding in a way, in terms of being able to have the human capacity and all of these things. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
UWI Open Campus, are you ready for us? Otherwise, can we just plug in something? I just want admin trying to make a comment. No? Just to remind you of our trivia. Not that the questions are trivial. 1850, and projects have been funded by Jeff, SGP, UNDP, St. Lucia National Program. Can we plug in some matter? Because I do think the center has joined.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Makiba Felix here. I'll be joining from this computer.
Okay.
We're having some technical difficulties in the conference room.
All right. Makiba, over to you then.
Thank you.
Do we have images? There you are. You could go ahead.
Hi. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Hi, good afternoon. Once again, my name is Makiba Felix. I am a fisheries biologist with the Department of Fisheries. And I am thankful to UWI for allowing me to present this activity that my colleagues and I took part in last year. So today I will be presenting on the research activity entitled Investigating the Effectiveness of 3 Different Growing Methods for Sea moss Farming in St. Lucia. Yes. According to the St. Lucia Sectoral Adaptation Strategy and Adaptation Plan for the Fisheries Sector, or the Fisheries SASA for short, the Caribbean is extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change due to its ratio of coastline to land area, coupled with the high concentration of people and economic activities along the coast, which is the case here in St. Lucia. Not only will rising sea levels increase the frequency of population displacement, but changes in sea conditions, such as the change in sea currents and temperature, could also impact the livelihoods of many community members, including over 3,000 registered fishermen here in St. Lucia. In addition to the fishermen, sea moss farmers would also be impacted by climate change. As of late, many individuals throughout the Caribbean have ventured into sea moss farming due to the increase in global market demand, which as of mid-2020 resulted in sea moss exports from St. Lucia surpassing the overall value of $595,635.30, which was equivalent to the total recorded sales at the end of 2019. Furthermore, the current economic scale back caused by the negative impact of COVID-19 has been a major influence on the sector's success, since more people have been forced to look for alternative forms of employment. In St. Lucia and the rest of the Caribbean, sea moss is used most commonly in drinks. It is thought to be an aphrodisiac, and because of this, along with its numerous health and nutritional benefits, is highly sought after. Sea moss farming is done mainly in coastal sheltered areas with planting and maintenance undertaken by members of the community. Presently, the sea moss is tied to plastic ropes, which are attached to wooden poles hammered into the seabed. However, during unfavorable weather events or when a farm is abandoned, the poles become hazardous to marine animals and humans alike. This may include damage to property, destruction to reefs and other marine habitats, and possibly bodily harm. The bois madame and bois guillet, which are locally grown trees, are exploited for sea moss farming. These trees serve as crucial nesting sites for the white-breasted thrasher, which is of significant biological importance to St. Lucia. The unsustainable harvesting has, however, resulted in widespread habitat loss, and as a result, conservation issues. Furthermore, the loss of plastic lines may not only contribute to an entanglement of marine organisms, but they could be ingested by the animals, resulting in death. Also, the plastic lines may become degraded, further contributing to the presence of microplastics within the food chain, which in turn could impact food security. Another concern is the entanglement of lines in the propellers of boats, which would seriously endanger fisherfolk. These problems have prompted the need for the implementation of more environmentally friendly farming practices. As part of the Department of Fisheries mission, there is a need to promote a sustainable fishery, which highlights better sea moss growing methods to preserve the local coastal and marine life. In keeping with this mission, the department embarked on an activity to test the effectiveness of potential growing methods for sea moss farming in St. Lucia, as well as to examine the possibility of using alternative anchoring devices in the process. This activity was funded by the Climate Change Adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean Fisheries Sector CC4Fish project. The activity lasted 7 weeks from November 2nd to December 22nd, 2020, and focused on the project area of improving the resilience of fisherfolk, coastal communities, and aquaculturists. This is the first of a series of sea moss activities and is expected to be repeated later this year. For this activity, 3 methods were considered. The plastic monoline method, which is a traditional method used for growing sea moss in St. Lucia, and the tubular net or the tube net method, using both the biodegradable tube net and the plastic tube net. A list of possible site locations around St. Lucia were considered. The sites were chosen based on areas where sea moss farming is currently done and other areas that could be viewed as potential farming areas. Upon evaluation, 5 locations were considered: Esperas Moshi, Miku, Savans Bay, Beaufort, and Labrie. But in the end, the Beaufort site was excluded. The farms were demarcated using buoys, and the farm size was determined based on various factors, including manageability, available resources, including the planting material, nets, and lines, and available sea space. The GPS coordinates of the sites were then recorded for future reference. The sea moss plants used for this activity were Eucuma cottoni, which were acquired from local farmers. The lines and nets were set up in triplicates, and 2 methods were used. All the lines and tube nets were 8 feet long, and 30 sea moss plants were used for each method. The first method was the floating horizontal monoline method, using the plastic lines. This is done using the tie-tie method, where a piece of string or twine is tied onto the line and the sea moss plant is tied to it. The second method that was used was the floating horizontal method, using the tubular nets. The tube nets were seeded using a PVC pipe, and plants were fed through them into the net. After the lines were seeded, they were weighed and placed in the water using cement blocks as anchors. This photo shows a plot established in Miku. Notice that we only used 4 buoys at the corners of the farm, since the buoys were large enough to sustain the weight of the lines, thus reducing the need for multiple plastic bottles that are normally used in sea moss farming. And this is another sea moss plot in Savans Bay. This photo shows a closer look at the farm setup, with the plastic monolines on the left and the tubular nets on the right. At the end of the activity trial period, several observations were made. The farm in Esperas Moshi was placed near another sea moss farm. The sea moss grew slowly in the 6-week period. During the activity, There was a period of intense rainfall resulting in heavy siltage of the bay. Thereafter, the CMOS appeared stringy with bleached tips, as you could see from the photo on the right. The increase in freshwater concentration from the Nevi River disrupted the normal growth pattern of the CMOS, affecting the carrageenan yield, resulting in smaller and irregularly shaped CMOS, as seen on in the photo on the left. This may have been as a result of the CMOS's inability to process the freshwater influxes. Studies have shown that Eupumas species are less tolerant to changing salinity levels, and as such, would have responded negatively to higher freshwater levels after the downpour. Also, the anchor lines were cut multiple times at this site during the activity, exposing the CMOS to direct sunlight, causing the bleaching. Overall, the CMOS did not grow well in this high-stress environment, as many propagules broke off and lines and tube nets were lost, resulting in the highest recorded weight at the farm being 10.9 pounds. Based on the results presented in the graph, the plastic monoline ended up being more successful than the other two methods. Unfortunately, the biodegradable tube nets were weaker and broke off completely, resulting in the drop. The test plot in Servants Bay was placed near other CMOS farms, with maintenance done by the fisheries officers. The CMOS grew very quickly for the most part of the trial period. There was a noticeable change in the CMOS as the plants grew lighter in color compared to the CMOS plants in Moshi. This may have been as a result of the lower nutrient levels, specifically nitrogen, since the mouth of the river was further from the farm as compared to Moshi. Additionally, a color change could be from increased exposure to direct sunlight due to the openness of the bay. The plastic tube net method and the plastic monoline method both experienced the highest levels of growth, with the plastic tube net once again having steady weekly increases in weight, reaching the highest of 31.9 pounds. The biodegradable tube net, however, was not able to withstand the strong wave conditions, which resulted in all the nets breaking off after the second week. In Miku, the test plot was placed near another CMOS farm, with maintenance being done by the CMOS farmer and the fisheries officers. The CMOS grew considerably well over a 5-week period. The plants grew darker in color than the other propagules found in Servants Bay and Moshi. This may have been as a result of increased nutrients being supplied to the farm due to its proximity to the river. If you look closely at the photo, the biodegradable net started breaking as it was not able to withstand the weight of the CMOS. This occurred after the 4th week and may have been as a result of increased sediment load in the nets and the stronger wave conditions, which is expected during the rainy season. CMOS growth was also quicker than expected, resulting in an early harvest, that is, before the 7-week period. This is believed to be because of the favorable conditions in the area. However, after the 3rd week, the growth of the CMOS in the tube net may have been reduced. This may have been due to the restrictive growth environment in the tube net and the accumulation of sediment in the nets, which may have impacted the photosynthesis rate. The tube net also served as an excellent nursery, bringing in juvenile lobster and conch. These animals, however, may have fed on the growing tips of the CMOS, stunting CMOS growth. Compared to the traditional method, or the plastic monoline method, the plastic tube net was more successful in this instance, with the maximum weight being 33.8 pounds. At the Labrie site, the farm was placed near shore and the CMOS grew slowly during the first 2 weeks, but the farm was later disturbed when the buoys and lines were cut. The CMOS grew differently in Labrie. Unlike the other areas, the CMOS was less stringy and grew thicker. The water quality and depth may have been the cause of this, but we're not certain. The photo shows the 2 CMOS plants that we use for this activity. The plant on the left is the one from Labrie, and the one on the right is from Miku. Here you could see the difference in plant size and shape. In Labrie, sea conditions were extremely rough, and upon the second visit, the anchors were cut due to the rough waters, and many of the propagules were lost and 3 lines broke off. The farm was discontinued at the end of week 2, since the plot was compromised. Also, the unfavorable sea conditions made it difficult for maintenance. In summary, the activity was extremely successful, and based on the results, the traditional monoline method was still an effective growing method as it allowed for the continued growth of the propagule, by promoting the free movement of nutrients and sediments of the plants. Nevertheless, the plastic tube net was the most successful growing method since it retained the most proper yields during periods of rough seas and had the highest overall growth. However, the confined growing environment led to an increase in sediment being trapped, which impacted the growth rate and made the post-harvest cleaning of the plants difficult. In addition to this, Savans Bay and Miku provided the most suitable growing conditions, whereas the plot in Moshi may need to be relocated to produce high-yielding results. Furthermore, the cement blocks proved to be extremely sturdy and supported the farms, except during periods of intense rainfall, as was the case in Moshi. As previously mentioned, this activity was the first of a series of CMOS activities and would be repeated for accuracy. Moving forward, the following are recommended. Number 1, the CMOS plots should be kept in the water for the same time period. During the activity, CMOS lines were removed before the end of the 7-week period due to line breakage. However, a more accurate comparison could be made if the plants follow the same timeline. Point number 2. Shorter lines and tube nets should be used for the farms. Not only would this require less maintenance by farmers, but there would be reduced line breakage because of less tension on the lines and nets. Also, less CMOS plants could be placed in the nets. This would allow for more space for CMOS to grow. Fewer propagals in the nets would also help when CMOS needs to be harvested. At the end of this activity, the nets had to be cut in order to remove CMOS since it was difficult to do so through the opening. If this method is to be promoted to local CMOS farmers, there would not be much buying since the planting material needs to be replaced each growing cycle, which makes this a more costly method than the traditional method. The activity also needs to be replicated during the dry season to determine whether river discharge and sea conditions impact growth and CMOS health. It will also be used to investigate whether or not the growth irregularities as seen in Moshi are seasonal. The identification of environmental stresses also needs to be done. Due to the wide range of environmental factors that may influence growth, it was difficult to identify which factor or stressor impacted growth rate and CMOS color. Therefore, it may be useful to conduct some experiments in an isolated or controlled environment to produce better results. Identifying the stressor will also help mitigate the effects that climate change and variability would have on the sector. And the final point is to encourage the use of alternative anchoring devices instead of the sticks and poles. After realizing the benefit of using CMOS blocks as anchors for this activity, it would be best to encourage the use of alternative anchoring devices, not only to prevent habitat loss, but it would also be more aesthetically pleasing than the rows of sticks in the water that are currently used. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. I will be taking questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akiba, for your presentation. And I will invite our participants to field their questions to you. We have the various platforms, and also those in the Zoom can just raise their hand or just indicate by unmuting that they want to speak. I do have 1 or 2 comments, but I will wait a little while. I just want to remind our participants that we have an evaluation of the conference and presentations that are actually live. The link was sent, and that we want the assessment of the individual presentations as well as the overall conference thus far. You will get an opportunity perhaps to do a more summative evaluation at the end, but we have a team in the back doing the necessary groundwork for that evaluation, led by Mr. St. Catherine. I see Clarence.
Yes, but I wanted to ask a quick question.
Yes.
To Makiba. Good presentation, Makiba. not sure if I missed it. I'm trying to get a sense of how this sector is growing, or subsector, if you like, in St. Lucia in terms of a number of persons. I note that based on the study, it is clearly growing in particular areas geographically, but in terms of numbers, how many households and individuals are involved in this activity? Has it grown over the period of time? Any defined period of time? Just in case you guys have looked at that, especially when we talk about the whole notion of economic diversification. Information of that nature is critical especially for policy impact. How do you, where do you put resources to continue expanding a particular sector with good possibility? So that is my interest. If there was any scope in the study that looked at that aspect, you can speak to it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. Makiba, can you respond?
Yes, thank you for the question. For this activity, no, we did not investigate that aspect. However, right now we have on average over 100 CMOS farmers in St. Lucia, and we expect this number to rise due to job loss because of COVID-19. We do not have an accurate figure right now, but we are in the process of registering CMOS farmers to get that number. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder that the presentations actually will be available on the UWI Open as the URL uwi.uwi.edu/St. Lucia. So you can go there to access the presentations. Any other questions? Makiba, just a question on observation from me. The tendency that for us to see production mainly on the west coast of St. Lucia, on the east coast of St. Lucia. Is there any reason why?
Thank you. I believe right now it's just because more farms are located on the East Coast, because we know that Kwale and Savans Bay are traditionally known for CMOS farming, and these are the areas that are becoming more and more populated by CMOS farmers.
A layperson would have thought that the west coast is a bit calmer than the east coast, and perhaps would have attracted a few more farms there. Never thought of that.
Yes, I have, but I guess now as more persons are going into the sector, they will realize areas that are better suited for CMOS farming.
Any other questions for Makiba? Checking on our platforms to see if we have anybody who has asked a question. You did make a point about some of the structures that will be more aesthetically pleasing. Is that a factor in terms of, a side benefit of CMOS in terms of production as people come in to view CMOS farms? Would that make any impact if you make it more aesthetically pleasing? Or there's no potential benefit in having a tour of a CMOS farm?
Hi, yes, that's a very interesting question. It would be beneficial in terms of ecotourism. Some tourists could be allowed to come in and see the CMOS farm. They could also be involved in the process of drying and bleaching their own CMOS to take home. So I think it would encourage more persons to get involved in the sector and to realize that it is, I guess, beneficial to St. Lucia. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, any comments from the participants? Do I see any hands up? No? So the study continues?
Can you repeat, please?
No, I'm saying that the study will be continuing,
Yes,
as you indicated.
yes.
Yeah.
We plan on doing another one during the dry season and to repeat this activity again in November.
Someone has just asked a question. It's from Ronaldo de Gaza. Does the thicker CMOS in library imply a better quality?
That's a very interesting question. I'm not able to answer that right now. I will take note and do some investigation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Let me see if there are any other popped up. I haven't seen any more. Okay, I think that's it from the question platform for now. Let me thank you once again, and hope you stay with us in case any question pops up before the end of the day, that you can give us your informed responses. And at this point in time, I would like to invite our next presenter. And just to give a heads up, Shireen Mohammed, who is a PhD candidate in literature, in the literatures in English, is entitled The Cry of Merlin, the self-confessional and self-judgmental lament of dismembered landscape Wilson Harris's fictional novel. And just a quick bio. In English, a thesis aims to demonstrate Wilson Harris' shamanistic quantum imagination results in the creation of a revisionary and cross-cultural poetics. Sorry, Shireen. His, not her. So, Shireen, over to you. Sorry. Kept on saying her, but Shireen is his. Shireen is the man.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much. That's okay, thank you very much. Right, so let me begin with let me share the screen first.
Okay.
Right.
We're hearing you.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, very clearly.
Okay, thanks very much. Are you seeing my shared document?
That's correct, we are.
Okay, thanks very much. So yesterday it was said that science alone, in the opening ceremony, science alone cannot solve the problem of environmental degradation and climate change. It is hoped that the philosophy and the creative works of the literary artists and other creative artists in the Anglophone Caribbean and the wider Caribbean would be able to fill that gap. Okay, so the title of my research is entitled The Cry of Merlin, the Self-Confessional and Self-Judgmental Lament for Dismembered Landscapes, Riverscapes, Skyscapes, and Oceanscapes in the language of Wilson Harris's fictional novels. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Wilson Harris, he is a Guyanese British writer, and he had written prolifically, theoretically, and fictionally from 1960 straight up to 2017. And he had always felt that the destruction of the natural environment and its connection to global climatic changes need to be analyzed not only with the lens of scientific research, but also through variable conceptions in the arts. His writings have made important and critical contributions to both the local and universal issues of environmental degradation and climate change. And he does that through a very important theoretical construct known as the Cry of Merlin, or Merlin's Cry, which is present in his theoretical and fictional works. He engages with this construct in his essay Merlin and Parsifal, Adversarial Twins. Harris lingers on an unspoken apprehension of an incalculable price to be paid in pollution, in the extension of species, and in other elemental implosive cycles, which leave their shadow upon the psyche of nature. He terms such an unspoken apprehension as a cry of Merlin, or Merlin's cry. This cry, or quality of voice, stimulates humanity's self-confessional and self-judgmental awareness of a dismembered natural environment. Most importantly, readers can fiction. It is Harris's claim that literary artists should be imbued with a sensation of profound necessity in the life of the imagination to visualize links between technology and living landscapes. In continuously new ways that takes nothing for granted in an increasingly violent and materialistic world. Subsequently, the haunting and necessary proportions of a new dialogue with the reality of an anatomy or shared body everywhere in all things can be represented in the language of fiction. This paper argues that Harris's use of metaphorical language in fictional novels breaches the hubris of technological progress and echoes a quality of voice or redemptive cry for the fate of nature. This research will further demonstrate that the dense metaphorical language of Harris's fictional works can assist both our understanding and offers an illuminating perspective of the dismemberment of the natural world by humanity's rootless logic of materialism. Now, Harris had an intimate connection with the living landscapes, and this greatly influenced his theoretical perception about the landscape as being living. It is his claim that his surveying expeditions into the deep forested rainforests of Guyana in the 1940s and early 1950s allowed him to become intimately and profoundly involved with the landscapes and riverscapes of Guyana. Subsequently, he sensed over the years that the landscape possessed resonance. The landscape for him possessed a life and was like an open book. He felt the alphabet of the landscape with which he worked with was all around him. However, Harris contends that it takes some time to really grasp what this alphabet is and what a book of the living landscape is. Harris contends that his experience of the Guyanese hinterland staggered his realistic perception of the physical landscape. There was thus a shift that occurred in the premises of his reading in the reality of the sky, in the land, and the river, everywhere. Subsequently, Harris contends that his recognition of these links in the landscapes began to secrete themselves into metaphoric images in the language of his fictional novels. Now, this intimate connection was also experienced with the landscapes, with the living landscapes, were also experienced by Derek Walcott. However, Walcott never engaged in theoretical discussion. He did, however, it was actually published way after Walcott left us. So it's noteworthy to mention that Walcott also wrote about his perception of the physical landscape. Like Harris, Walcott also experienced a shift in reading the reality in the sky, in the land, in the river, in the ocean, and everywhere. Walcott's vision of the living landscapes can be found in his essay, Isla Incognita, an essay that was written in 1972, but only published in 2005. And this is what Walcott said in that essay. It has taken me over 30 years and my race hundreds to feel the fibers spread from the splayed toes and grip this earth, the arms that knot into bowls and put out leaves. When that begins, this is the beginning of season, cycle time. The noise my leaves make is my language. In it is tunneled the roar of seas of a lost ocean. It is a fresh sound. Now, Harris actually engages with Walcott's shamanistic view of the living landscapes, and he actually said in two essays, in The Amerindian Legacy and an essay entitled Artifice and Root, that Walcott was actually wrestling with this sort of issue. However, unfortunately, it was published way into 2005, right? Now, the theoretical framework that this paper engages with firstly deals with the cry of Merlin. Where does Harris get this concept from? He actually illustrates from the Arthurian legend, Merlin. So Harris says that Merlin, the great magician of the Arthurian Round Table, was trapped in a tree or cave. He symbolizes in tradition a network of association involving forests and caves, which became his prison house. He felt himself betrayed by the very dragon of knowledge he courted and exploited. Parsifal, his adversarial twin, who benefited enormously at times from his wisdom, remained apparently superior to nature in advancing technologies. Parsifal, nevertheless, was also a prisoner, the prisoner of inflexible sovereignty, sovereign institution, sovereign ego, in which he more or less successfully manipulated. Both Merlin and Parsifal are prisoners, I would venture to say, but Parsifal has long arrogated onto himself the banner of justified conquest in the realism of war, trade, money, and privilege. The language of Parsifalian ideology now one would think, part and parcel of the formerly colonized globe. Everyone writes and thinks in virtually the same fashion or mode, but fashion is still subject to unease, an eruptive element arising from the subconscious and unconscious in a trapped or imprisoned magic of Merlin. That eruptive element for Harris is the cry of Merlin. It is left therefore to Merlin, however apparently incomprehensible his cry, to imply a creative breach in the seemingly invincible core bias of communication, which Parsifal has framed and enshrined. Another theoretical construct that Harris actually engages with is called the Treaty of Sensibility between human presence and the living landscapes on this planet. And Harris's notion of the linkages between humanity and the living landscapes is rooted in the pre-Columbian tradition of a profound and unusual treaty of sensibility between human presence on this planet and physical environment. And this sort of perception was actually held by the ancient Mayans and ancient Aztecs and other indigenous groups, pre-Columbian groups in the Caribbean region. Harris asserts that this pre-Columbian treaty of sensibility has signals which are planted in the landscape. It is his view that this intricate and invisible connection between humanity and the living landscapes are ancient vestiges of synchronicity, or linkages that are acausal and stagger our human logic of cause and effect realism. He terms such ancient vestiges of synchronicity as quantum links. So therefore, for Harris, quantum physics serves as a philosophical anchorage for his alteration of the texture of the English language to represent the quantum links or quantum text of the living landscapes. Harris illustrates from the concepts of quantum entanglement and quantum superposition to validate his representation of those linkages between humanity and the living landscapes in the metaphoric images of his fiction. The populist technological progress is one that is suffused by fixed policies between various economic and political fortress institutions of many industrialized countries. Such established legislation sometimes serve only to mask the reality of a voiceless, endangered environment. It therefore suffocates real and genuine dialogue in spite of the numerous contrivances of public relations it may promote in the name of environmental awareness. And one could only think of one such public relations policy that never came into full effect because of COVID-19 from a particular company, which aimed at trapping carbon in the upper atmosphere and actually using technology to place it back within the Earth's crust. The use of technology to harvest and consume the Earth's resources have resulted in environmental abuse. And yet, ironically, there remains a profound desire for preservation and conservation. Moreover, the involvement in threatened species and landscapes by man-made materials, and above all, the mistranslation of the turbulent energies of climate change has made humanity blind to the strange, disturbing, and echoic cry of nature. This resonating signal or Merlin's cry from the natural environment represents that breach in a treaty of sensibility between human presence and the living landscapes on this planet. Merlin's cry is a callous rupturing of the acausal or quantum links of the landscapes, riverscapes, skyscapes, and oceanscapes. Such quality of the voice in ourselves is elusive. It cannot be seized. It is the essence of living diversity, which tends in a progressive age to be flattened. The self-judgment and self-confession that it evokes in humans generate a discontinuity within technological imperatives or the rule of machines. Such a caveat may lead to a transformation or conversion of a ruling scientific ego to an understanding of the indeterminate yet coherent unity of being amongst all landscapes. This indeterminate unity of being or quantum entanglement undermines the perception of the Earth's activities as conforming to a strict statistical formula or teamed identity. Shamanic writers such as Wilson Harris is therefore susceptible to comprehending and becoming genuinely involved with the innermost acausal cycles of planet Earth that defy relativistic cause and effect reality. This illuminating quantum vision would allow the writer to translate those implicit disruptions or cries of the Earth's protective linkages between human presence and the natural environment. The breach in such acausal or quantum links in nature by human technological progress arises to affect the language of Harris's fiction. The shamanistic quantum vision of these entanglements causes a rare picture of imagery within Harris's linear mental contours or configurations of the landscapes. They loom into Harris with such astonishing echoic force that he can no longer remain blind to them. His mental linear configurations or fixed causal boundaries of the landscape are now replaced by non-configuration or acausality. According to Harris, in describing the world you see, the language evolves and begins to encompass realities that are not visible. The fissure in the invisible linkages or quantum linkages between humanity and the living landscapes erupt as a ventriloquist of spirit or Merlin's cry in the obscure clusters of imageries in Harris's fiction. Here is an example from his novel, The Four Banks of the River of Space. And I'm about to read this quote from the novel. I threw the knife far up into space. It glittered, it flashed. It was a conveyor, a satellite of knowledge. It glittered, it flashed. Then all at once it shot like lightning into the body of a flying creature. I heard the flying creature's long, sweet, poignant, bitter lament, as if a note had been struck in the darkest recesses of melodic conscience. The lightning knife had found its mark. The winged, dancing, flying bird appeared to pause in the twinkling of an eye within us, within inner space, glimmering stillness, yet lightning apprehension of the geology of the tides through which to build the architecture of the city of God, or to topple El Dorado into further ruin. The angelic dancer fell with open, outstretched wings. It fell downwards, or was it backwards into the upturned vessel of the sky, in which the sun shone like a pool star within a drought of cloud? Glimmering star sun, or floating islet of the abyss. I listened for the splintering note of the knife upon the head of rock, but heard nothing. I was unsure. Did the dancer and the knife fall and rise upon an ozone door, a tide door in the spectre of earth and sky? Every epitaph for a dying savage tribe's angel of beauty witnesses an abyss we need to visualize. Distances and architectures we have befouled. An abyss between a knife in the sky and a knife on the earth. A double-edged knife. It pierces us with the necessity for a visionary change of heart, for a new sculpture of being. In the previous extract, the knife represents those man-made excavations or fissures into those acausal linkages in the living landscapes that support the Earth's life-sustaining cycles. These man-made cuts into the quantum fabric of nature result in Merlin's painful cry. The destruction of the quantum links between the landscapes, skyscapes, riverscapes, and oceanscapes are represented in the incoherent images of the dancer and the knife that fall and rise upon an ozone door, a toppled ruined tidal door in the greenhouse drought spectre of earth and sky. However, the translation of Merlin's cry into humanity's ruthless logic of a cause and effect reality staggers and forces the reader to visualize the severed linkages or architectures that have been befouled. Moreover, the living landscapes in the previous extract operate in a quantum entanglement and quantum superposition of simultaneous states, since they seem to be in parallel places at the same time. The acausal linkages or treaty of sensibility between the humanity and the landscapes are clothed and redressed in counterintuitive images such as the ozone door that is interfused with the tidal door in a greenhouse drought speck of Earth. This is the obscure textual reality of the living landscapes that only the shamanic writer such as Harris could hear and see. Harris contends that through the art of language, such a causal connections or interweaving implicitly raises a reality that cannot be glossed by appeals to poetic ornament or picturesque metaphor. The hinge of the expression implies an architecture of the imagination fueled by a new conceptual language in which the sense organs of creature in creation elicit a quality of voice and expression unlike conventional one-track progressive realism. Such quantum links between the living landscapes are therefore achieved in language or word. The translation of those untranslatable sounds, feelings, thoughts, utterances, and rhythms from the living landscapes into the English language represents Harris's spatial logic or convertible property of the imagination. The representation of an acausal reality within human language therefore becomes a psychophysical medium of communication. The quantum vision of those acausal linkages in the living landscapes is also present in Harris's novel, The Infinite Rehearsal. In this novel, there's an eruption of Merlin's cry as human technological progress reaches the delicate quantum links of the living landscapes in the following clusters of imageries. And I'm about to read from this novel. I asked ghosts who flew in the shadow of a wave and hill, but his lips were sealed through a strange cry, trembled in the recesses of the coming skull, but remained short of utterance. I raised my hat to Faust as a flock of my terrors skimmed the wave and settled on the ground in the belly of the sacred wood. The wood was in a state of alarm. And indeed, I sensed a change in the disposition of the tenant in my shadow. Ghost was alarmed and uneasy at the intrusion of brute climates, brute absolutes, in the communication of ideas under the sea and over the sea that Faust had converted into a machine, fish of steel, fish of lead, fish of iron, birds of steel, birds of lead, birds of iron. The mechanics of the circus of power on sea, on land, made Ghost tremble on his flying trapeze in the belly of the sacred wood. The mechanics of domination in the name of brute prosperity or in the name of brute necessity. The flying creature's long, sweet, poignant lament, bitter lament, or Merlin's cry that is struck in the darkest recesses of melodic conscience, or from the four banks of the river of space, appears in this novel as a strange cry. The pollution of the living landscapes is represented in images such as fish of steel, fish of lead, fish of iron, birds of lead, birds of iron. The umbilical cord or quantum link of the landscapes have been severed, and subsequently the Earth signals a warning of brute climates. It is this breach of the asymmetrical network of associations in the living landscapes that resonates with Johann Rockström's notion of planetary boundaries framework. According to Rockström, transgressing one or more planetary boundaries may be deleterious or even catastrophic due to the risk of crossing thresholds that will trigger nonlinear, abrupt environmental change between continental scale to planetary scale systems. For instance, the deforestation in the Amazon may actually reduce water resource availability in Asia. Rockström's theory of planetary boundaries is mentioned because it achieves an explicit correspondence with Harris's shamanistic Treaty of Sensibility perspective. Harris, in fact, theorized that humanity's fissuring of the Earth's natural cycles would result in catastrophic consequences. As Harris puts it, nature is not passive, nature erupts in orchestras of nemesis. It is significant to note that both Harris and Rockström and their involuntary association share a certain kinship for humanity's self-responsibility for dismembered landscapes. Harris's perspective that humanity should achieve a narrow scale of self-preservation and maintain this within a diverse species that they manipulate to exploit, shares a similarity with Rockström's call for humanity to ensure that there is mutual alliance between technological progress and the living landscapes. This treaty of sensibility is highlighted in Rockström's words. Humanity thus needs to become an active steward of all planetary boundaries in order to avoid risk of disastrous long-term social and environmental disruption. Perhaps a fusion of environmental science, the shamanistic visualization of the living landscapes can bring about a genuine creative conscience and redemptive change of heart and mind towards the interconnectedness of all species, beings, and things. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you will have some comments. I have a couple of questions to ask. But some people have been asking earlier on in terms of sharing of the presentation. I know it is usually, these are works in progress, but at least for reference purposes, if you could share the presentation with the UWI Open Campus, so people who may want to interrogate it and ask some questions directly to you may want to do
Of
so.
course.
Because
Yes.
you're completing your thesis on that subject.
Yeah, this is just part of the of Wilson Harris's my aim is to show that Harris's shamanistic quantum imagination results in the creation of a revisionary and cross-cultural poetics. So I'm looking at how Harris uses he illustrates some certain shamanistic vestiges and infuses quantum physics with those shamanistic vestiges from the Caribbean region, and how this arises to affect the language of his language of his fiction that has been perceived over many decades as being obscure, as being very difficult to understand. So this is just part of that idea, and I'm currently working on completing a thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I usually find that writers who use certain perspectives is where you come from a personal experiential background. I mean, what was it? Can you speak to Harris's belief systems and the reason why he approached the subject that way? I mean,
Well,
was he a particular faith or?
Well, it should be interesting to point out that Harris is actually from a scientific and mathematics background. And what happens is that his experience with the landscape caused him to realize that objective criteria had breached his limits in his perception of the landscape. And because he was actually steeped in that strict purist logic of using objective criteria to explain the environment. And what he was actually faced with due to his interaction with the certain tribes in the interior of the Amazon rainforest, like the Macusis and Wapishanas and others, he recognized that they had a different belief system of the landscape that actually defied the limits of objective criteria. And he recognized that there was something acausal about this perception of the landscapes, and because of that acausality, he could no longer turn to the objective criteria of science, which is actually steeped in relativistic cause and reality phenomena. So Harris, as a scientist, he was actually grappling with this issue that he had to actually recognize that science is fallible because of certain concrete limits, and the concrete limits really are the objective criteria. And that's why in his writings he realized that such fallibility actually becomes the domain of art, because when you look at the and such objective criteria is actually masked by hidden diversities, and the intricacy of those masks is he recognizes a revelation of the tangible interfused with the intangible. Hence, he recognized that the landscapes actually consist of tangible and intangible connections, and these intangible connections are actually acausal or quantum links, as he later recognized them to be. So for him, objective criteria could not explain his new perception of the landscapes. So therefore, it all comes back to that personal experience that he had. So, he had to actually kind of bridge science with shamanistic psychology. So that's why he turned to quantum reality, because quantum reality actually looks at these indeterminate, invisible connections within the landscapes that a strict purist logic of objective criteria cannot give an exact representation to. Okay, I could just give you a simple example. We have this very strict formula for describing photosynthesis. However, there has not been any scientist who could actually explain what happens to water vapor, how it actually becomes purified in the Earth's upper atmosphere. Right, so you have these the scientific logic could actually give there's a concrete limit in terms of comprehending the natural world. So that's why Harris actually had to, because he was now in tune with this shamanistic view, he actually had to turn to a different type of science, right? And something that could actually validate his perception.
It's interesting you say that, because while most scientists would accept the limitations of the inquiry, they wouldn't go as far as what Harris did.
Well, it all depends on the individual. I mean, he recognized that there was a discontinuity. I mean, he found himself in an abyss, and he had to actually create, create a legitimate linkage between this type of belief system that he was gradually learning to accept.
But I don't want this to be a dialogue between us.
Okay, no problem.
Let me invite, I find it's really fascinating
Thank
what
you
you
very
have
much.
started. But let me invite the others to share their comments and their questions. Doesn't have to be a question. I'm sure that might be an area, as I presume most people in the following are of a scientific background. May have some comments and observations to make as well.
Okay, thanks very much.
Maybe to challenge you.
Okay.
So, any questions from the Zoom or on Facebook? Any questions on Facebook? Just checking the Facebook platform to see if there's anything we have thus far. UWI, any questions on Facebook? I haven't seen on my platform.
No questions, Mr. Charles.
Okay. Sherry, you made a quick reference to or a passing reference to Derek Walcott.
Yes.
We know that Derek Walcott's preoccupation with nature and the environment, seascapes and landscapes, which he was so fond of, especially St. Lucia, moved to a level of activism as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, was that evident in Harris's life that you're aware of, or his work?
Yes, Harris actually, he most of his theoretical works, his way of bringing about this was through his theoretical writings, his perception of the environment being degraded, its impact on climatic changes are very prevalent in his theoretical writings, and they are represented in most of his fictional works. So that's his way of bringing his messages. And he describes himself as a shamanic writer. So that's the, as a shaman, he's involved in this therapeutic healing of nature. So he has brought it about in his works, right?
Does it extend to his poetry?
Yes, it's there, and he actually began writing poetry at the beginning of his writing career, and it's actually there that the Amerindian presence, this shamanistic belief is actually there in his poems. One I could recall, it's highly portrayed in Eternity to Season.
Well, there's a question from Don Pierre Nathaniel, who asks, how has delving into the realms of science and creative consciousness influenced your personal thinking and actions? I guess in relation to the subject matter dealing with climate change and so forth. You want me to repeat the question, Cheryl?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, just repeat it, please.
Yeah, how has delving into the realms of science and creative consciousness influenced your personal thinking and actions? In other words, how has the study of Harris and what he's doing had an impact on you as an individual?
All right. Well, I mean, Harris is actually the message that he's saying is that we need to fuse. We can't discredit science altogether, but you know, you need to fuse it with this shamanistic belief, and only then you could actually begin generating that creative, redemptive change of heart in every individual. You know, I myself, I have been brought up to think that, you know, science could actually solve a lot of problems. But after studying Harris for so many years, you realize that you have to look at the world through a quantum lens, or you have to acquire that quantum vision. And it's only through multiple perspectives could you actually become actively involved in environmental awareness and recognize that it's not just one method to solve this issue that's taking place right now. That you need. So basically, what I've learned is that to find myself looking at the world and this issue with a quantum vision.
Okay, thanks. And I mean, there are lots of our current artists who are very strong activists on the environment as well, on the other hand. I don't know if you saw the video
Yeah,
produced by Kendall Hippolyte and a number of these artists. And I think the project which was mentioned by Dr. Fletcher last night on climate justice is working a lot with artists and creative people as well.
Okay. Right. I'd like to also mention that something besides, there are a lot of one creative artist in the Caribbean who has actually represented the issue of human technological progress impacting on the environment is actually Aubrey Williams. For the people who are into the creative arts, most of his paintings, he has actually used that concept of the ancient Mayan mistakes, where the Mayans, because their technological progress did in fact destroy their civilization and the environment. He actually infuses it into paintings, which show that there is that parallel with the ancient Mayans and modern society. And Wilson Harris is actually very familiar with Aubrey Williams. He actually wrote an essay entitled Aubrey Williams and explores this concepts at great depths. So, you know, there was these creative writers and artists did not operate in insular mode. There was actually a dialogue. You know, they were operating in these, what Harris is called parallel universes of sensibilities. So, and even if they were operating outside the realms of scientific analysis of what was taking place in terms of environmental degradation and climatic changes, they were actually making that impact. You know, so again, so the issue now is that how lies is that issue of actually bridging that gap between science and the creative arts, right? I mean, it has been bridged by Harris and and other writers, but there needs to be a greater architectural connection. And once that linkage has been established, perhaps we all could acquire what Harris calls the quantum vision of the living landscapes. You know, so it's not about it's not only about groups becoming actively involved, but it's about humanity becoming actively involved. The onus is on the individual, and that's the message that Harris really aims to share through his shamanistic quantum imagination.
Yeah, I have another question from Shani St. Martin.
Okay.
Can you comment on how Harris anchoring metaphorical analogies to other cultural and mythical stories, apart from those in the Caribbean, also presents a kind of wrestling? You want me to repeat it?
Yeah, I'll answer it. Yeah, I heard the answer.
You heard it? Okay, go ahead.
First of all, with Harris, there wasn't any, I like to say, and this is what I think, based on his writings and his theoretical works, I don't think he was wrestling with that issue. From the beginning of his writing career, Harris had always had a cross-cultural vision. And this cross-cultural vision really deals with the mutuality of embracing yet contrasting presences. So it's not about that Harris appropriates or assimilates from other cultures. What he does, in his cross-cultural vision, he actually creates that universal space where every myth and every story and every cultural expression, language, because he had a serene acceptance of cultural, political, linguistic variability. So they all found, and all these variabilities actually finds a safe space in Harris's cross-cultural vision. So there wasn't any wrestling between these contradictions. Once in that cross-cultural space, one presence does not flatten and block another presence. They are on equal footing in his cross-cultural vision.
And I think Shani just follows up with a second part of the question. Let me just pull it up. He said, what are the implications of that addressing or bridging? I think you spoke about it. Bridging a kind of identity in addressing climate issues. So that bridging you're talking about, the question is, what are the implications of that in addressing a kind of bridging some identity in addressing climate issues? Like you're speaking on a personal or something like that.
Okay, right. So from an individual perspective, Harris brings something that he wants this redemptive cry of Merlin to really create that visionary change of heart and mind in each individual. So what might seem difficult at first sight in terms of our environmental activism, let's say the individual is not prepared to join a group or or be involved in this kind of physical activism, what seemed as difficult, you might be saying as, okay, I don't want to become involved in this kind of thing. I want to do it on my own kind of way. I want to spread this message. So it might seem difficult at first sight, but it requires a capacity, by bridging the gap of science and shamanistic psychology. It requires a capacity. Once you understand that, you create that linkage and you understand Harris's quantum vision of the living landscapes, it generates a capacity to illuminate those really eclipsed and buried issues of environmental degradation and climate change, which really tend to be eclipsed by a lot of these policies, by economic and political institutions. You have it. And so it requires that capacity to illuminate these stultified, these claustrophobic issues that are taking place. And basically, that's once you have that perception, it's up to the individual to develop that capacity to really excavate these things that are hidden from the public by spreading the good word of Harris's message.
Great. Thanks very much, Shereen.
Okay.
Any other further questions? I don't see any more. In a pretty long morning, I think just one new message just popped up. It might be a question. So, okay, there are no further questions. I was told from admin. So let me just thank you again for the presentation, and hopefully that at some point in time we'll get the opportunity to be exposed to the completed works.
Yes, of course. Yes. Pretty soon, in a few months.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And keep on doing the good work.
All right. Okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me thank all the 6 presenters this morning for their contributions thus far to the conference. We started off this morning with Cedric Van Miebeck, who did a presentation on historical trends in climate-related hazards in St. Lucia. This was followed by Clarence Henry, who spoke on the issue of climate change and economic development implications for states, the case of St. Lucia. The third presentation this morning was on climate change and new tropical pollinators, the state of knowledge, policies, and programs in Caribbean small island states. That was done by Lena Dempelwolf. Then the fourth presentation was by Don Pierre Nathaniel, who is the Deputy Chief Sustainable Development and Environment Officer, St. Lucia, who spoke on St. Lucia's climate policy and actions related to climate change and the policy implications which it has for St. Lucia, as well as the steps approved by the government of St. Lucia thus far. Production, and I'm sure Makiba has some questions to take back to the team in terms of follow-up work and looking at some of the language of Wilson Harris's fictional narratives as they address to the way we dismember. As preparing presentations for conferences, especially if you have full-time jobs, it's not really easy. You don't want to get off time. It presents the opportunity for some peer review to give others a chance to do a critique of what you're doing. And perhaps tomorrow we move on to day 2. And let me remind you to join us and invite your friends to join us. We have 5 presentations tomorrow. Our presenters will be Shelly Ann Cox, Forms, Nicole LaForce Haynes will be speaking on the presentation of a particular project in the Forestry Department Research Division. The LASA, Berthia Thomas, Community-Based Participatory Approach to Vulnerability Analysis with Adaptation Planning for Pelagic Sargassum, and we'll wrap up with a presentation by Crispin Duvey entitled The Eastern Caribbean Solar Challenge. So let me remind you before we wrap up that you know the participate. I see Giles just joined us. To say something, Giles, before we wrap up?
Please.
Go ahead.
Apologies to a lot of the presenters. I couldn't be in 2 places at one time. We just ended another regional series of presentations on apiculture that was really, really good as well. I really wanted to participate in the last presentation by Shireen. But the real point I want to make at this time is the documentation out of these presentations. Usually we go, we do presentations and we have a problem. The UWI has a appeal on behalf of UWI and ourselves, the UNDP, that we would like you all to submit, all presenters, please submit your submissions as soon as possible so we can have a valuable proceedings that comes out of this very seminal event. So please, again, please, as soon as possible, in the next week or 2, submit your presentations so we can compile them into proceedings so that they could be used for future policy development and policy work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romulus, and we will just send you off again with a bit of Calypso. Is the last lap Carnival Tuesday in Trinidad, but I do think that our producers would send you off with something that would cause your appetite to linger. They'll probably send you off with something that will cause you to think a bit more about the environment. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
At the edge of rising water, we sing for our future.
Look out to where the sea meets the shore. I can tell you the sea is hungry, eating up our beaches more and more, swallowing our beloved country.
The air's so hot above our land, poisoned with emissions,
and most of that is not made by us. They blow in from much larger nations.
Systematic toxicity, overeating our land and sea. Our waters rise to your economy, threatening our lives degree by degree.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. No,
bring it down.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
Before we're all gone.
I think of all these figures and facts and try and see into the future. I see the crops die and the rivers dry. There is drought and rising seawater.
I see our people fighting for food, that used to grow plenty. This future's not far away, unless we are bound by a treaty.
Even though we can sympathize with struggling countries and their enterprise to lift their people up from mud to the skies, will you be with us when our waters rise?
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down.
I think about the suffering of the poor, the ones who are the most defenseless, the high and mighty ravaging the earth. They repay the price of progress.
Economy is hot from burning oil. The rich on an eco rampage, destroying the lives of the poor. They refuse to pay loss and damage.
The signs are here, we can't ignore. The wave of climate change have reached out.
Your half measures are killing the poor. It's climate justice we're fighting for. Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, whoa.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. 1.5 to stay alive.
Bring it down, bring it down.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. No.
Pas quitter la terre, vini plus chaud qui ça.
Unleash creativity and innovation. Unleash community spirit.
The People's Knowledge Fair and the UWI Open Campus St. Lucia Country Conference 2021 Phase 2 presents Vision and Sustainable Futures. Experience St. Lucia's first national Honey Bee Show training workshop on the 15th and 16th. Come learn from a leading international expert everything you need to know to compete in December in our first ever National Honey Show. Registration is open now. The People's Knowledge Fair and UWI Open Campus St. Lucia Country Conference is brought to you by GEF, SGP, UNDP, UWI, CYEN, and other corporate partners.
At the edge of rising water, we